Hi, chat. Fancy seeing you here. Yes, we are early. And that's because our special guest, his schedule changed up a little bit. So we are going to accommodate him because he has made his time available to us. So we're going to get that started. No more foreplay, chat. It's time to go. So with us is a guy who's been around the block, a former police officer, a former prosecutor, and still a defense attorney and a college professor, and he did all that on the mean streets in New York City. Nate the lawyer, everybody. Nate Brody, how you doing, Nate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've been blocked by my friend Barnes,
Yes,
and I'm a piece of crap, but I'm doing okay.
yes,
Not toting the company line seems to be not good for my reputation. So
yes, that's the thing. Yes, yes. Apparently, all I do is talk about anime. So
you anime lover.
yes, and as somebody messaged me over in Discord, I'm probably going to be blamed that without Nick, I wouldn't have passed law school
Oh
or the bar.
yeah.
I owe everything to Nick, even before I knew who he was.
Your life is all Nick's. That's true.
Yes.
That's true. Oh,
Oh,
my
did I
God.
see? Yes, there a bank in Youngstown, Ohio, randomly exploded today. But
Yeah, I saw a Chase Bank.
that's par for the course of Youngstown, Ohio. So that's Tuesday.
Oh my God, Youngstown doesn't have a good reputation, huh?
No, it's no.
Oh my
They
God,
got most of the mafia guys arrested, but apparently not all of them.
not all of them.
So, guys, yes, if you are not aware what we're here about today, the search warrant, which I am surprised this was released like this, got released because usually that's the application for the search warrant is something kept kind of tight to the chest
Yeah,
until discovery gets out there. But hey, Minnesota, I thank you.
we're for it.
Yeah. Now, I will say, guys, some of you are wondering about the body cam footage. I did call the Kaneohe County Sheriff's Office, and I spoke to a very nice lady. She was so very nice about it. And I said, you probably had she's like, and yes, we've had a bunch of questions. It's like $3,000 for the body cam footage. And then it's like 3 weeks for them to get through it.
Yeah.
And part of the issue is, I guess, Minnesota's got super big privacy laws. So, like, they have to blur out everybody in every frame.
The kids,
And
remember the cops.
yeah, and that the thing is, let's say there's 20 cops there. That's 20 body cams they have to get through. Then an attorney's got to prove it all. And yeah. Yep. So it's going to be a little while. But we do have the search warrant itself. And I know you talked about it already. But I, was popping in and out of between taking pot shots at people and doing a bunch of other things. Some of you might be able to tell I was doing real lawyer stuff today. So I had to go do it all. Yeah, I had to be a practicing lawyer. So, go to my 8:00 hearing and I come out and I'm like, oh, what happened? Oh my God. Everything, blew up.
Yeah, we talked this morning. It was like insane.
Yeah.
Like it was like, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
And you know what? I honestly feel vindicated.
Nate, hold on real quick, sir. Is this true?
What?
You put pineapple on pizza and you call it pop. I'm okay with that.
I don't put pineapple on pizza.
Oh, okay. Good. Somebody said you did.
Oh no, please. No.
Is it pop or soda though?
For me, it's soda. I'm a New York guy.
Oh.
New York, we call it soda.
Okay,
we don't call it pop. It's like tennis shoes. Like some people call it tennis shoes. Some people call it sneakers. We call it sneakers. We're not into the tennis shoes.
I as long as the pizza thing is good enough. You're good. You're still good people with me.
Yeah, not pineapple.
Yeah, Val, I think you got some bad intelligence there, but I'm glad you brought it to my attention because we had to make sure.
A Hawaiian pizza.
The important things matter most.
You know
what you were saying though, Nate.
I will say, I feel totally vindicated because for the past couple of days, everybody's been saying the warrant's bad. There's no probable cause, blah, blah. And I'm like, we haven't seen the affidavit for the warrant. We don't know what the warrant was about. We saw the arrest affidavit, which was like, hey, there's coke in the house. There's obvious probable cause to arrest everybody in the house. There's coke in here. But the affidavit for the search warrant, we just didn't see. So we don't know what facts led up to the search warrant. And to see all these people have to come to the conclusion that the search warrant was bad, facially bad, just because essentially they're like Nick was horrible. And then now we're responding to constitutional challenges on a complaint that nobody saw. I'm like, I don't understand this.
Yeah, and the funny thing was, I was making assumptions, and people are like, "What are you basing it off of?" I've been doing this for like 10 years, man. I kind of have an idea how it played out, and it's like it's kind of how I thought it played out. Like I did anything here and go, huh? Shock, shit, holy cow, that was unexpected. Like literally, it kind of played out how I thought it was going to play out.
Yeah. You were right. You were right from the beginning because obviously you've been in this world, criminal defense. You've been in this world, especially if you're a cop prosecuting criminal defense. It's all the same, right? If it's a trail.
Well, and I've been a prosecutor for a little while too. Yeah. I mean, this is nothing new.
Yeah, it's like, especially the way mandatory reporters always work is the kid usually tells a teacher or somebody, they tell the cops, and then that's how everything unravels, right? But in this case, it's like now all of a sudden everybody's questioning, well, there was a teacher. It couldn't have been more textbook. Parents are looking like shit. Kids aren't eating. They go, hey, we're hungry, and they're not feeding us, and we've been wearing the same clothes for it's textbook. This is a textbook warrant for a textbook situation.
Yeah, it's kind of like Dark Side Phil says, for those of you, this was a big day, but for me, it was Tuesday. And it was. I've seen these a million times. I've represented people in children's services cases. This is how they go.
This is generally how they go.
This is literally nothing new. And I will say, I know some people may have said like, oh, the warrant's bulletproof or it's unassailable. It's a very good warrant. But here's the thing. If police are honest and they do it the right way, it's really easy to build probable cause if they've got if they've got the evidence.
Yeah.
But I say it every time. There's nothing that's bulletproof. Race car drivers sometimes still get burned up, even wearing fireproof suits. The Bismarck still sank. Nothing is 100%. Now, this is probably like 99.5% good. But I would be lying to you if I said there's no way anything could happen, because I can't promise you that. Even though we know a lot of the background, we know a lot of the facts. We're not the ones trying it. We're not the ones sitting there with that file of discovery. We haven't been able to walk through that house or do all the things. So yeah, it's about as good as it's probably going to get, but I can't tell you it's 100%, but 99.5% still pretty good.
Yeah, and obviously, Nick and his omnibus are going to challenge the warrant. That's the most sensible thing to do on Fourth Amendment grounds. There's not enough probable cause in there, and I would attack it just the same way everybody else is attacking it, right? There may be a little bit of hearsay here, just because the kids wore their clothes a couple of days isn't enough for the drugs, and here is people all speculating. Nowhere near. Well, there was a couple of places in there, but when it comes to the church people, they didn't see him with the drugs or anything like that. The only person who did see him allegedly saw him with someone else. Who was there. So there's a lot that you can work with, but I think at the end of the day, it's the totality of the circumstances.
Yes,
and that's the thing that I think hurts Nick's argument here, is that the totality of the circumstances.
Exactly. And for that probable cause, it's not a high burden. It's like 30% sure.
Yeah. It's more likely than not.
Yeah. We got a pretty good hunch.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's not, preponderance of the evidence, that's like 51 to 49. There's clear and convincing, which is like 60%. Then you have beyond a reasonable doubt, like 85, 90% sure. Probable cause, it's the standard of getting arrested. Like, we think you committed a crime.
Exactly. It's a very, very low standard. Yeah. And it's interesting because they are making it seem like this, like it's not even beyond a reasonable doubt. They're making it seem like it's got to be concrete proof that this was 100% guilty before they went inside. And no, the way search warrants work and probable cause works is a lot of times they'll do a search warrant and find nothing. It'll be bad, right? But that's because there's an inherent there's like this inherent, I don't want to say bias. It's an inherent
idea they're going to find something. There's a presumption they're going to find something.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's not guaranteed. And I think even in this particular case, it wasn't guaranteed they'd find anything in Nick's house. But they're saying, based on what we see, it's more likely than not that we will. And I challenge everybody who watched Nick's streams. that when you are watching those streams of him with white powder on his nose and him doing all that, if you'd have asked everybody in that stream, do you think there's drugs in Nick's house? You know, what would a reasonable person say?
Yes. If this was anybody else on screen, what would you say?
Yes.
You know, what would, you know, what is the reasonable, because that's what you're basing this on. Like what's probable, what's likely, what makes sense. Yes, Nick could have had a collection of jelly donuts sitting right there. It's not probable. Like, it's not realistic, though. He could have.
Yes.
But they didn't find donuts. Did they find donuts in the house?
And so someone was saying that that he might have eaten a white powder donut. That's why it's on his nose. I'm like, you know what? There could be a whole multitude of reasons, but it's not about being 100% sure.
Yeah.
It's about understanding the situation. You know, if somebody goes in, you know, I've never eaten a white powder donut and then start slurring my words and all that. You know, that's one hell of a donut. You know.
Yeah. Well, and then, but also it's just the idea of, though, it's not what it looks like. Okay, we can explain that brick. All right. Well, now there's 55 more bricks stacked on top of it. Are you going to keep telling me this isn't what it looks like? It isn't what it looks like. It isn't what it looks like. Then what is it? Because that you run into that issue at some point, and that's where Nick's defending it. Oh, this isn't what it looks like. Okay, well, then you need to explain to me what it is.
Yeah.
You know, because eventually you're going to run into the issue. When you get to a suppression hearing, guys, yes, the burden of proof is on the state, but if you're going to keep telling the judge, look, you guys are mistaken, you've got it all wrong, the judge is going to want to know, like, okay, well, help me, tell me, what don't I know? Give me your side of this. Like, tell me what the secret is. And that's the problem when you attack it this way. But there are things he can attack that I would attack.
Yes.
You know, there are a lot of things, I think, you know, and we're going to start with the warrant, because I know you guys are like, well, let's get to the warrant.
Yeah.
Well, yes, Colombian donuts. Yes, Colombian donuts at the ski lodge. So this is an application for a search warrant. This is the actual affidavit. This is them going to the judge saying, here's why I want the warrant. Please give it to me. Now, this is Quinn Pumplin is the detective. He's the affiant. This is an affidavit. This is signed under the pain and penalty of perjury. And you're like, whoa, do cops ever get in trouble when they lie on warrants?
Yes. Breonna Taylor cops. The Breonna Taylor cops. Yeah, they got quit out there.
The Breonna Taylor ones did, but not always.
Oh, no. Of course not. Yeah.
So he's saying, I'm a licensed peace officer, and that's important because we just don't let random people make search warrants.
Only peace officers can get search warrants.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think in some states, CPS people can get them too.
But they're considered a peace officer, because a peace officer is considered someone under, just so everybody understands, a peace officer is someone who's licensed or who's authorized under state statute to perform law enforcement activities. So, you know, there's a whole range of people who are peace officers that you probably wouldn't expect.
Yes. And then part of the idea with the warrant is you have to state with, particularity what you're looking for.
Places to be searched, things to be seized.
Yeah, I'm looking for illegal stuff. Now you're saying controlled substances, and some of you might say, well, that's not fair, because that could be a lot of things. Well, they say including coke and meth, but they don't know for sure what's in there. They just know people are doing drugs. They also are looking for all drug paraphernalia that doesn't qualify as legal drug use paraphernalia. So it's one thing to have a scale, and it's a scale if you have like a drug that you measure out on it, and it's another one if your scale is crusted up with cocaine. At one point it's legal, one point it's not. And then the premises, you got to state, where do you want to go? And you have to describe it very well. Oh, I'm going to hit this house on 3rd Street. Okay, well, no. Whose house? Where do they live? And here's the address, and it's blocked out, because I don't need all of, some of you out there are going to be, well, you put his address out there. I know it's on the farms. I know it's been doxed, but some of you out there will bitch at everything. So this is a booyah to you. It points out that I actually know where this is. It's got a tar driveway. It's 2 stories with a 3-car garage. The main door is on the south side. You're showing that you know what you're talking about. It gives you, the judge, the idea you're not just like, I'm picking a random house to hit.
And it does some recon
I know where
too.
I'm going.
Yeah, and they've done some recon too. looked at the house,
Yeah.
probably looked at some Google Maps of it, and
Yeah.
said,
Well,
"This
this
is
house
this
is on
is."
Zillow still too.
Yeah, because so one of the great things I like about that is that what the cops did here is that they were very specific. This is where we're going. This is what we
Yeah.
expect here. And again, this is a standard search warrant. A lot of this
Yeah.
stuff is kind of plug and play. You
Yeah.
know?
A lot of this is going to be copy and paste, like
Yeah.
the owner, date of birth, and then it's in here's the township, here's the county, here's the state. Now, this part here, guys, this is normal. I apply for a search warrant on the following grounds: the possession of property that constitutes a crime, evidence that shows a crime was committed, or that a person has committed a crime. This part right here, this is boilerplate.
Yes.
And then this part here is boilerplate. All of his experience and training. He's been a police officer for 15 years. He's been in the sheriff's office since 2013, and he's been a detective for over 6 years. And that just shows this isn't his first day on the job. And he's done everything: sex crimes, murders, death investigations, everything you can see here. He's done it all. He's got training and experience.
And the reason why that's important is because when you're talking about probable cause to me or you may be something different than probable cause to a law enforcement officer. So that's why they're building up training and experience. I've been trained to see people who are strung out on drugs. I've been trained to notice these things and do these things. Right? I'm just not making this wild conclusion. So you're saying what's reasonable to that officer who has this training, right? A trained officer is going to recognize things that a regular person doesn't recognize. So that's why he's saying these are all the things I've been trained in, and then he's going to say this is how I'm going to execute that training, and you'll see that instead based on my training and experience. That's why I'm doing that. And then when this officer has to go to the stand and testify, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, "Well, talk about that training and experience. How, what were you trained at? Where were you trained? And how well were you trained?"
Yeah, and he doesn't spend his day running radar and writing parking tickets. He's he's done it all. He's done deaths, burglaries, cheese pizza, financial crimes. He's done it all.
So this guy's got the good training.
Yeah. And then he talks about, I wasn't all at the sheriff's office. I worked at Sacred Heart, Minneapolis Police Department as the chief of police, which he just started becoming a police officer. So I'm betting that's like a one stoplight town, if I had to guess. That's not uncommon where you have a 2-person department. Well, who's chief? The guy who's been there the longest, and he might have only been there a year. That's actually not weird. I mean, probably for the Bronx, that's not the same, but for, out in Ohio, that's not uncommon.
Yeah.
He's had hundreds of hours of training, and his training will be documented. He'll be able to list it, just like me, my legal education. It's documented and listed. But that's why this is all boilerplate. This is copy and paste right here. Yeah. Because active shooter training, that doesn't really matter, but it just shows you he's been around and trained everywhere.
Yes.
He's well-rounded.
Yes.
Yes. He's trained in being an armorer. He's trained in boats and water. He could do it all.
Yes.
And he's a former drug recognition evaluator, which we'll get to why that's important here. But
based on training and experience.
Yes, but I still think DRE guys are bull.
They are bull. But again, the court recognizes it, so based on training and experience, right? So you got to deal with it.
He's barely better than the dog.
It's funny.
I love that you didn't have to handle, you were a dog handler, right?
No, I never did dealt with dogs. I knew people who dealt with dogs, but I didn't deal with the dogs.
Okay. So this is just the background here, guys. Yeah, and they received a report about neglect and controlled substance use. It's involving Nick, and he lives in Kandiyohi County. He lives with his wife Kayla, and they have 5 kids, 6 to 16. And that 4 people from the church had gone in and told their pastor, well, there was concerns about drug use and a questionable relationship with an adult couple. Now that right there, some of you might say, well, what? That's not a crime. It's not. But they're telling you the story the way they learned the story. Because if you learn the story, you have to read the whole story. So you learn about who are these mystery people in the story you're reading about. Oh, well, they come into it. You learn more and more of the background, and now you're into the plot. Boom.
Yeah.
Well, we're learning.
No, and one thing I think you'll see online is that a lot of people who are defending certain actions, what they'll do is take one fact and say, well, look, these are four. They said what it says is this church they had gone. Four people had reported something. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
That's not enough. But they would be right. That one fact is not enough.
Yes.
But like you said earlier, what about the 59 other facts?
Yes.
That now when you look at them together, you got a wall. One brick doesn't make the wall.
Yes. And the other thing is, well, those people are hearsay. Hearsay is admissible as long as you can show it's truthful. A search warrant is not bound by the exact rules of evidence that a courtroom is.
And that's like so textbook. I'm like when people are when some people are saying, oh, it's all hearsay in the document. Yes, you know what? Everything in this document is technically hearsay because the affiant didn't witness any of this stuff, and he's the one that's writing it down. So everything that he's writing down is hearsay. But you know what?
So the only way this works is the affiant's like, well, me and Nick were sitting there doing rails, and I saw the kids weren't eating today. So
but you know what? That shows an ignorance to the process because this is not the person that saw anything, right? He's telling you everybody else's observation. This is what I was report. This is this. This is this, right? And then number two, what like a lot of people don't understand is that at the grand jury, hearsay is 100% permissible. It's only at trial. It's not to prove guilt. It's there to show probable cause. So when people say it's hearsay, they again, it's playing to the ignorance of the audience.
Yes.
That's what it's doing.
Yes. Now this part I'm really offended about. I hope you are too. Nick is a social media blogger.
Yeah,
I am very offended by that because that means this detective, I almost want to write him a letter saying, "Dear detective, I am not a social media blogger." That was really offensive. I would rather be considered a drug dealer than a blogger. Ultimately,
we don't run blogs; we make videos.
Yes. And then he and his wife Kayla had befriended hosts from a different social media blogger, and now we're understanding who this additional couple is.
I think they mean blog, but
yes,
there's a lot of mistakes in here too. But this is cop stuff, though. So
it also sounds like some Yoders from Minnesota, like it's Fargo. At the end of the day, too,
we got a couple of bloggers.
They're on the internet. Yeah. So these individuals, now we learn who these people are. The interesting story: Aaron Imholte and April Imholte. He knows them personally because they're on the Steel Toe Morning Show, which it sounds like he listens to them or knows who they are. And then he says, however, in recent years, they're strictly online. And it was reported that the Imholtes may have been staying at the Rekieta's home as a disarray and cluttered. Okay. That's not a crime.
But you know why?
Not a crime.
But you know why that's important? Yeah. It's because it establishes their knowledge of what's inside the home, right? Especially Aaron. Like he was there, he's been inside there, so that now puts you down. That gives you two witnesses who are inside the home, hopefully to help you get to probable cause.
Yes, and remember, guys, the story keeps building, and we're learning more, and you're learning more. If you didn't know this story, it'll become important. Why is Aaron important? Why is April important? And now this part here, where people were flipping out about the church preschool teacher. The children had complained of being hungry and not well fed and wearing the same clothes for 3 to 4 days and would start to smell. Yes, none of these kids are in preschool, but they've gone to this church for years and years. So that teacher knows these kids. And it's no different than if a 3rd grade teacher noticed a 4th grader walking around. It was being neglected. Is that teacher like, oh, I can't comment on this anymore because I can't tell these kids smell and they aren't eating? And no, you can tell these kids they're trained. It's part of their mandatory reporting. Spotting neglect. When the kids smell, there's lack of hygiene, the same clothes, they aren't eating. Yes, there's a reason why the teachers got together. I'm sure that the kids were making fun of the other kids. You smell. And we don't want to hang out with that kid. Yeah. And there's one comment here. Well, somebody said, how can the 16-year-old not get dressed? How about the 6-year-old? Okay, 3 of the 5 kids are being neglected. That 16-year-old, we don't let out go sign a lease. We don't let him get a credit card. He's not a functional adult. He needs adult supervision and care. And part of adult supervision and care is feeding and clothing and protecting him. So, yes, even the 16-year-old can get neglected.
And you know what? I love the again the
And
apologists
Matthew, I'm not
online.
trying to fight you. I'm just you were
Uh,
a good one I found.
it's I like the apologists who they'll take this whole thing and says the kids
Yes.
were complaining about being fed. Oh my God, my kids were complaining about being fed. Not being fed, being hungry. My kids complain about being hungry. The kids complain about being hungry. But that's not the only thing. It was being hungry, not being fed, wearing the same clothes for 3 or 4 days, and starting to smell. That now gives you a picture of neglect. Just a kid saying I'm hungry is nothing, but that's how people try to cherry pick the facts to help.
And it's one thing to say I'm hungry all the time. Okay, like that, like the one dog in 101 Dalmatians. I'm hungry. Okay, and like I'm hungry all the time. Look at me, I'm a big fat guy.
Yeah.
But like if the kid came in every day, I'm hungry. Well, what did you eat this morning? Oh, I had SpaghettiOs from a weird guy that disappears in the bedroom all the time.
Or like here, they say they don't feed us. I haven't been fed. That's different than somebody who's eaten who's just been who's hungry now, right?
Yes, these kids are being left on their own, and let's say the 16-year-old's cooking. These kids are being left alone. They're feral.
Yes,
they're being left to run around. Like if they're not, nobody's there to make sure they change their clothes. Nobody's to make sure they take a shower, brush their teeth, do their homework. Like this is a big deal. You can't do that to kids. We frown upon that in society.
Generally, we do.
Yeah. So that's the thing. It's like, well, is that a crime? And oh, you're calling in the government. It's that much better. It's like, the point is, Kayla and Nick are sucking so bad at this. The government is the better alternative. That's the scary part.
And I do want to give credit, and sometimes you could be a victim of your own success. Where I noticed in some of these cases, in terms of they were taking care of their kids tremendously well previously.
Yeah.
And when you go on drugs, you start deteriorating. That change from, hey, your kids were doing so well, clean every day, looking great, having new clothes, to now they're wearing the same clothes every freaking day. That change is what people would notice. And that's what starts being distressing. It's changing the way you operate.
Change. Yes. And that's why these people were concerned. If they had a family that was poorer and not as well off, they might understand, okay, this kid might come in with rattier clothes or this or that, or he might not have a shower every day. And you know what? They were like, okay, we'll work with that. They probably approach that family. Can we help you? But I guarantee you for these Rekieta kids, all of a sudden they were just like, boom. And, maybe 1 or 2 days they were coming in. It's like a little disheveled. And then it's like all the time. And then it's like, people who don't shower after a while, they reek.
They start to smell. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so, but then we get to the, and once again, that's just one brick in the wall, guys, but there's a lot of bricks we found so far. And there's more bricks. Nick was reported to be as lethargic and appeared high or drugged driving a car around, which, you've seen, if you guys are honest, you've seen people who probably shouldn't be driving. Now, that doesn't mean like he drove up on the curb and ran somebody over, or there's like a mailbox sticking through his windshield. But you can tell. Like these people are not making things up. I'm sure they'll be able to tell you like exactly how they remember these things playing out. So, and that may happen at some point if these people are forced to testify. Yeah, I saw it. People, he almost got in a car accident in front of the church coming in or something like that. I don't know what, but yeah, he got out of the car, wasn't steady on his feet, or, I don't know, screaming about Montegraph. And they're like, I don't know who the hell that is. Who knows what he's doing? So another individual advised and reported that Nick will walk out of random sermons at church and just would disappear and have behavioral changes, which
indicative of somebody who's using some type of narcotic. Yes.
Yeah. It's either narcotics or a severe mental health issue. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And I'm, and once again, it's these random changes. Kayla looks like she's withering away. Nick's lost a ton of weight. I mean, I'm sure people at that church who don't really know what's going on are like probably wondering, like, I hope, like, probably said prayers like, please, God, I hope Nick doesn't have cancer.
And then I think they're leaving the next line.
Yeah.
You start getting the physical stuff.
Yeah.
Nick's having injury track marks. We
Yeah,
all know track marks, right?
Yeah, but then that's one of the things I would attack and saying, well, you didn't find needles, rigs, injection equipment, anything like that, did you? And those are things you can attack. Like, oh, well, we thought we'd find that. No, granted, they're not going to find it, but it also appears that they don't think that brown substance was heroin or opiates
Yeah.
because it didn't field react, but I'm sure it's getting tested.
Yes.
But these are the things, like the stuff they didn't find, you hammer them on it. It's like, well, you thought you're going to find all this stuff. Yeah. You only listed the drug stuff, but it looks like a ton of child endangering. Why didn't you include that as a crime? There's a million ways you could attack this, but you also have to be careful because there's times where you could probably ask a question and
get the wrong answer.
The cop's going to say, well, my training experience, people who start doing drugs generally let their kids backslide.
Yeah. Then
it's like it happens all the time.
Yeah. Now
yeah, you got to be careful. The reporter reiterated concerns of possible neglect and controlled substance abuse within the home. And, people are like, can Nick sue that guy? Well, what's he going to sue the church for? How dare you, like, your kids are coming there. You're going to say, no, that's not true. You're all lying. My kids showed up every day. Fine. And you're not going to be able to prove that.
Now, but now I want
these people in good faith believe there were problems.
Yes, and I want people to understand too. Even at this point, we've read through all these particular facts. I would say this is not enough for probable cause. But I do think we're starting to really build the probable cause because now you have the kids being disheveled, you have their appearance, and you have what people are considering like, hey, this is starting to look like possible drug use.
Yeah.
So what happens is you'll get some people who are essentially trying to be a little dishonest. Will stop here and say, well, you see, we just throw the whole warrant out. But now you have to get to the next thing because now what this has done is leads you to the investigation.
Yes.
What now?
Yes.
Because
the story is built.
Yeah, because now it's kind of like, okay, are we looking at child endangerment or are we looking at drug use? And right now it seems like we have child endangerment, but it's because of the drug use. And now the warrant should turn into, well, let's see if we can find some indicia of drug use.
Yeah, and if it was just child endangering or child neglect, there would have been a, hi, I'm from Children's Services. We're doing a home visit.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure things would have spiraled out of control from there. But yes, this is the story so far. This is the, hi, you're wondering how I got here part. Yes. Now we're caught up to the present. This is where it goes. Yes.
This is why we got concerned. The mandatory reporter, they're not being fed, blah, 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 blah. Why? Because the question is, why aren't the kids being fed? Why are they hungry? Why are they wearing the same clothes? Why?
So
why?
We started looking into it.
Yes. And the reason why, and then when you ask the pastors them why, it looks like they're strung out. He's doing this, he's doing that. Yeah. He's got track marks, and they've lost a lot of weight and look disheveled. Now that why leads you to, okay, let's see if we can confirm any of this why.
Yes. They watch Nick's lives. And I hate how he calls them blogs. It makes me feel so dirty. And he talks about Nick is known to drink excessively on those. Nick's appearance, and this is, if you guys have been on the forums, you know what I'm talking about. You can do the month by month progression of Nick. Yeah, it's a big change. He's lost a lot of weight. He appears tired, strung out, and that's common with drug users.
And
you can only keep it under wraps for so long.
And everybody who was watching Nick's stream was saying the same thing. He looks like he's using drugs. He's strung out. Now all of a sudden, when the police say, "Yeah, it looks like it's true. It looks like he's strung out. It looks like he's oh no, they can't say that. What's the proof? The proof. This is the proof. The proof is looking at him on the street. Like this is one of the few times where you can see somebody strung out on video and then say, "Well, that's not enough evidence that they may be strung out." Well, that is. It's pretty damning evidence.
Yes. And then they point out this part here gets important. He refers to his studio as his basement in his own residence. And we're going to get to why that's important. They're clarifying things. Nick has been the victim of swatting calls. So they know his house. They know where he lives. And because of these calls, and they know everything about it. And then they get to the Imholtes. They got to the Steel Toe channel. And Aaron indicated that he and April were getting a divorce. And he goes on to say that he experimented with cocaine a couple of times and Molly a couple of times. And then in December, the Imholtes were at Nick's house. And why is this important? Because now Aaron could say, I've been there. We have proof he's been there.
And he's saying that there was drug use there too,
yes.
right? Isn't he saying
yes.
that now?
And he could say that because I've been there and I know what rooms it's in and I know what their safe looks like. And I know what the counter, like I know where it sits on the counter in the bathroom. And I know what color their bathroom looks like. All those things. Remember, how credible is your witness? How credible is your source? Well, now we're showing the source has a lot of background knowledge.
Yeah, he's been in the house. And
yes,
now you have a first-hand account
yes,
of what was going on in the house.
Yeah, and they were friends and they may have had a falling out. But that he's been there. In both of the videos from Nick's studio, it's apparent they're in the same room and the backgrounds appear the same. But how do you know? Because it could be a green screen. It could be a trick. Well, at one point, Nick walks in the background and grabs an item, which that shows you it's real. It's the same place. They're not at the Imholte house using a background image of Nick's because you could say that. How do you know it's there? It's StreamYard. You could do all kinds of things. And this is a show that this is not a backdrop curtain. It's not the green screen. They're showing you this is really there.
Yes. Yes.
They're cutting off all the, well, how do you know? Well, it could have. Nope. They're cutting that off at the pass. We know it's not. Aaron did a blog where he talked about Nick and insinuated all kinds of drug use and referenced Nick's last stream. Aaron indicates in this blog that Nick needs help and needs to get it stopped because of his substance abuse. And Aaron stops the frame where Nick has a white substance on his nose. And then what do the police do? Well, they go watch it. Now, it's not clear if it was because Nick removed it. He didn't remove it everywhere, though. Like, he left it up on BitChute in a couple places, but also the farm saved it, which it's going to be hilarious if he downloaded it from Kiwi Farms. But they watched the video. And as guys, Stringer Bell says it best, man.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
You're literally on camera committing a crime.
Oh my God.
You can't do that stuff.
Yeah.
You can't do that stuff. I mean, basically, Nick did this right here. He looked at the police and said,
licking their pencils right now, trying to write fierce as they can. Get every word of this here. Get every word of this.
Just write it all down, guys. When I was in college, back in 2004 and 2005, God, I'm old. Kids would there's pictures of them smoking weed in the dorms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they don't know specifically which dorm room in the dorm it was, but you could tell which dorm room building. So you get charged with, you get a citation from the police. We have proof you were smoking in McDonald Hall. Why? You put it on Facebook.
That you're smoking in the hall.
Yeah. Do not put evidence of your crimes on, don't document it.
It's gonna no matter how much you say it's definitely gonna happen. But one thing I also want to say is that I know there are some of the Nick haters that are saying that this was physical abuse, which there's no evidence of that, and they were saying that this is sexual abuse.
I found out about what that might be.
Okay, because I'm saying reading this document, I get child neglect. I don't get any physical and sex. That I just think is just people trying to hurt his reputation even more. But no, there's nothing in here that suggests that. This seems to be more child neglect than anything.
Yes. So if you go to that statute, it's like 609.378.1.
It says physical and child.
If you go to B2, the next one down talks about just regular neglect.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking whoever was just typing it in fat fingered it. I mean, remember, guys,
the wrong one.
It's a typo.
Because
that's the only thing that makes sense because there's no evidence of any of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, self-snitching, as Bruce Rivers would say.
Self-snitching, yep.
Yes.
Bruce
I wonder if Nick's going to hire him. That would be a hell of a crossover for everything.
Yeah.
And he was in his basement talking about his Court of Appeals ruling, which he lost by the slimmest of margins. I would still argue.
Yeah.
The courts wanted to give it to him, but they couldn't.
Yeah.
The entire blog is 4 hours and 4 minutes long. Oh yeah. At approximately 2 hours and 46. Now, see, you might be able to point out, like, are you saying 2 minutes and 46 seconds? And you're not going to be able to mic drop that, guys, because the cop's going to say, no, I forgot to put the 2 zeros on the end, because clearly he denotes that it's 2 hours later, right in the next sentence. So
Yeah.
I know some people are like, oh, is that a, like, no.
Typo,
There's
yeah.
very rarely can you ever go, oh, that's a typo, I win.
Unless it's so material to the warrant that it fundamentally changes what we're talking about. But something like this is an obvious omission. So
yeah. He appears to be making an excited look and has a white substance on his nose. And then a couple minutes into it, he just like fires up like a rocket. And that's indicative of central nervous system stimulants. Yeah, it is. And this is where the affiant, using his drug recognition experience, he could say, oh, it's somebody using drugs. Although, to be fair, we all could see that.
Yeah.
This is like one of the few times where it's like, when it's obvious, he can say that and I believe him. I'm sure he said it many times that I would never believe him, but that's not today. And then he points out, and this may seem pedantic and goofy, but he has to say, I believe that he ingested a powdery substance through his nose. And that he knows through training and experience that ingesting stuff through your nose, a nasal cavity, is often referred to as snorting. This seems, you guys may laugh, but you have to do this. You literally have to, you have to explain to the judge like they've never heard a word of this before.
Tee it up and knock it out the park.
Yeah. You got to explain to them like they're 5, because if you don't, that's also how you miss things.
Yeah.
So he talks about being a drug recognition expert. And based on the Nick's behavior in the blog video, he was ingesting more than one substance based on his behavior.
That other thing that you just passed, the affiant noticed through the video, Nicholas was under the influence of a substance, closed one eye to the street, because that's important, because he's explaining that, hey, generally this is how someone who's high on cocaine acts. It's hard for him to read, is do this, and he's describing those things. Yes. And then that last sentence, Nicholas would obviously not be able, this is your child endangerment piece, right? Mm-hmm. That he wouldn't be able to take care of his children if he's so high where he can barely talk, slurring his speech, and even look, right?
Yes. And what you might argue at that point is, well, you didn't charge Nick with child endangering or neglect.
Correct.
You charged him with having drugs around the kids. So that's somewhere the attorney might be able to work a little bit with that. I don't think it's going to collapse the whole thing, but at suppression, we'll find out, because his attorney's going to file a motion and we'll be able to read it. But for right now, you could probably pull a couple of bricks out of the walls. It's like Jenga, guys. You could pull a couple of things out, but is it going to fall? Not right. Not what I can see. And then he says, your affiant believes reports of neglect and substance use are consistent with the previous mentioned information. I'm requesting to search the property and look in reference to this investigation for drugs. Your affiant's also requesting to search Nick. So if they found him, they were going to pat him down. They were going to find him wherever he was and search him. And it sounds like he didn't have anything on him when they searched the car, but they tried. So they requested the warrant to be issued. They wanted to go between the hours of 7 to 8, so it's not under the cover of darkness.
Yeah, but most of the times, like I don't know how it is everywhere else, but here in New York, here in New York, in Texas, but in New York, you can only do like search warrants generally during the day. Yeah, if you're doing like nighttime or surprise, or it's generally no, if you're doing a no knock, it's because there's like some type of danger there. But generally, all of it happens during the day, and they try to come as early as possible. 7 a.m. is supposed to be a reasonable time they can come.
And Nick's was like at 9 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning. It was pretty early. And, if they want to come at night, they ask for the cover of darkness. And it's the old constitutionally terms they use in there. And it's signed by the detective. Yeah. I like using that. I came up with that. That's a good word. You can use it. I'll license it to you. So this is electronically signed. That's not a problem. Electronically signing documents is totally cool nowadays. Not a big deal. And this is the actual search warrant. So this is what Nick would have been given.
Yes.
So this is the whereas, and this is talking about what he's got to do here under the penalty of perjury. He made this application and he's coming to check this address, and it's all that stuff from up top. And the way you do this, the police officer brings in the warrant for the judge to sign.
Mm-hmm.
The judge doesn't type this up. Oh my
No.
God, that would be dangerous. The judge would kill you.
Oh yeah, they would kill you. Yeah,
You bring this
I've
to
been
them and
yelled
say,
at it
please
before.
sign. So all this stuff we just looked at here. So what happens is, though, the detective came, he came up in front of the judge in her chambers, and she read it. She looked at it, and she said, okay, you got your
Looks
warrant.
good to me. Yeah,
She may
looks
have
good to
asked
me.
some questions, additional information. And she said, okay, that's good enough. No, she might have said, I'm not going to give this till it's in there. Or she just may have asked some basic clarifying things. We don't know. And that, she talks about, like, you're going to go after Nick in his house. And therefore, he is now commanded and authorized to search. He's hereby commanded. Once you get the warrant, you have to execute it. You can't, not. You're commanded to go between 7 to 8, search the premises and persons for the above described things, seize and keep them in custody until dealt with. So they can't just show up and say, oh, yeah, we found drugs. And we're like, yeah, we changed your mind. No, you've got to protect it all and have it seized and analyzed by a forensic laboratory, signed by Judge Fisher. And she electronically signed.
Now, I think to step back real quick to the standard of which we are now going to evaluate this on, right? Now, based on everything we've heard, the question is going to be, is it more likely than not, probable cause simply, is it more likely than not that a search of Nick's home and his person would uncover some illegal contraband, specifically drugs that they're looking for? And I would say, to me, I think you've met that threshold.
Yeah.
I think you've met that threshold.
Oh, I think so too. I think there's enough here. Yes, sometimes there are some really good warrants where you get tons of information.
Yeah.
But this is far from, I've seen some real rickety warrants in my time, but this is not that bad. This is a pretty good warrant.
Yeah. And it's at the end of the day, it's now about his lawyer knocking off as many bricks, because that's what he's doing. He's playing Jenga. Let's knock off this brick, knock off that brick, and then if you knock off enough bricks, then the whole house falls down. You don't have probable cause. So as his attorney, I would go and say, well, this one is not really that great. Yeah, he was on live stream, but he drinks all the time. He was drunk. He wasn't on narcotics, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But then you get those arguments. Well, how do you know it was narcotics versus drugs? No. But again, those are the arguments he's going to make in his omnibus, because Nick's only hope here, because they found the drugs, is to get the warrant kicked out, is to kick the search warrant kicked out, because it's the fruit of the poisonous tree. The only way they got the drugs is through the search warrant. The only reason why he was arrested, because they found the drugs. So if you kill the search warrant, drugs go away, all of it goes away, and Nick essentially goes home free. He walks away from this.
Yeah. And as I stated before, let's say it all goes away. Nick still got some problems of his own personal matter that are really huge. And I know you're not excusing him either, but let's say that happens. It's like, well, no, you still got a lot of problems, homie. You need to get right. And I mean, just reading this, it's horrible. These kids, they're like, oh, they could have fended for themselves. Whoever, if you are saying that, you must rent an apartment in Copenhagen. That is absolutely disgusting. These kids shouldn't have to fend for themselves. They have a mom and a fucking dad. Their job's to care for them, not to go fucking suck and do coke all day. There are standards in America. That's just, there's rules to that. And
some people are talking about them being homeschooled. Go ahead.
Yeah. Grimsbar actually brings up a great thing. I was checking out specificity and words. Some just have a specific room area, etc. Does a residence alone meet the specificity requirement? Honest question. Sometimes that might be enough, but sometimes you could say, I know specifically in the bedroom. But also, the bigger the building, you're going to have to say, how do I know it's everywhere? Or if let's say it's a hotel.
You got to talk about
it's going to be hotel room 304.
Yeah.
You aren't going to get the right to search every room. Now, it depends. If I rent out 55 hotel rooms in that hotel, you might have the right to search all 55 rooms. But if it's, the bigger your target, the more specific you have to be. And also, if you can be more specific. So if they said, Aaron met with us and told us all the drugs are in the master bedroom, you're still going to be probably allowed to search the rest of the house because drugs could be literally anywhere.
The elephant in the suitcase rule.
Yes, anywhere it can hide reasonably. So yes, where can you hide an elephant? A lot of places. Okay, or let's say you're looking for, this. You want to find. We're finding these. Well, where could you find these in a house? Pretty much everywhere. You can search
wherever you can find them.
Yeah, you just can't search in Melania's panty drawer for them.
And to be fair, if let's say if the drugs were found or these things were found in a place that was unusual, like say a kid's like in a kid's room, and when they play pen or something like that, you could make an argument that was unreasonable for them to search that area, right? Because it's the warrant. But again, this is found in the master bathroom where most so I don't think you'll have that issue here.
Well, and Domina Morgul saying they found guns in the garage. Looked all through the house. Yes, but they would have like every safe. Things like where are we going to put drugs in high value locations?
Yeah,
that safe's a pretty good spot to keep drugs.
Yeah.
So, but and this is and the other thing I want to say, because I've said it before on other things, and I know you don't really have a horse in this fight, Nate. The farms did not do anything wrong here, guys. The farms didn't cause any of this to happen. The farms aren't responsible for this. None of this is their fault. They're literally people who observed. The only person who's responsible here at the end of the day is Nick. Nick did all of this. Nick made the decisions to do what he did. If he wants to make excuses, I was under stress, or he does the big pun defense and says it's so hard out there. you know the song.
Oh yeah.
It hits so hard. Yeah.
But I'll also say this though.
Yeah.
When it comes to this whole scenario, if you think about it, we now kind of know how everything developed. This was honestly because Nick's kids were going to this school, and they're the ones who kept saying, "I'm hungry. Why are you hungry? My parents, they don't feed us at home. They don't feed you." And I'm like, "Why are you wearing the same clothes?" And you guys are smelling.
Mom doesn't do the laundry.
Yeah. And so that came to well, how the hell, so what the hell's going to the teacher then reports it, mandatory reporter. That would that would just generally go to to child services, and then you would go. But then the question is why? So when the police came and said, "Okay, why do you think these kids are?" Well, you know what? About 6 months ago, we started noticing.
Yeah.
They
seem drunk and high all the time.
Yes,
and we watch his show all the time, and he talks about doing drugs.
Yeah, and so things just he's popping in and out, and he goes outside, comes back happy. We don't know what the hell's going on. So then it's like, okay, well, let's look more into this guy. And then just like everybody here who watched Nick's show, so over the past couple of months, everybody was saying he's on drugs, he needs help, he's on drugs. We noticed that, and I think anyone, don't you think the cops are going to notice that? Like, damn, this guy looks strung out. And you put all that together, it came to be, well, he's strung out in his house, doing all that on the camera, white powder on his nose. The judge is going to ask the judge, well, is it more likely or not, based on everything we just heard, that we're going to find drugs in that house?
Yeah, it could have been anything. Well, what else could it have been? And I mean, these are, this is not the worst thing I've ever read, but this is really bad, guys. This is bad.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to get around this.
So
what do you think about
saying the same thing? I don't know what he was saying, but
what do you think about Barnes? So Barnes says first let's go to Barnes' argument, the First Amendment argument. Barnes says this is a First Amendment violation because he's the biggest critic in that town he criticizes the police.
40,000 people.
Yeah, so he criticizes the police, he criticizes the judges, and he criticizes the prosecutors. So this is trying to stop him from continually criticizing it.
Yes, it's all a conspiracy. It's never a conspiracy, you guys. It's not. You're not the main character. This isn't going to be like a Netflix episode where Nick beats the case and then he finds out who's behind all this freemium, and it's Senator Mendoza, and that starts season 2, and it's him playing cat and mouse, and he never catches the senator, but finally the governor steps in and says, "I'll let you become the senator," and that's season 3. This is not how it goes. That's exactly how it goes. That's how the show gets written. That's not how this works.
That's the argument. And
sometimes that could happen. Like if you lived in Dalton, Illinois, I'm sure
The
Tiffany
Superman.
Henry has done that to people.
Oh yeah.
For the, what is likely?
That's what you're asking for.
This is Yoderville, Minnesota.
That's true. Yeah.
What's likely happening?
Again, what's reasonable, right? Because we're reasonable people. The second thing is, all right, so the Second Amendment argument, I think, is just garbage on its face. It's about, but we'll even move that.
Well, I mean, you can, fine, the Bruton arguments, all that, yeah, but he's got he's got guns accessible in the house when they're completely blitzed out of their minds, and and you know what? Fine, let's put the gun aside. These kids probably spent all day unsupervised. Thank God they didn't burn the fucking house down.
Yeah.
And if this house is full of trash and garbage, that's a fire hazard. Like, there's a million different things. Like, the gun one's a problem alone.
Yes,
but I have loaded guns in the house, but I don't have kids, and I also don't get like blackout drunk.
No, but the Second Amendment argument was that just because you have drugs, and you have guns, he's saying that it's a violation of Second Amendment rights for them to charge you with having firearms with illegal drugs. And my response to that is, it's always, for instance, you can legally carry a gun, but you can't legally carry a gun anywhere, right? I can't legally carry a gun into a courthouse. So if I legally have a gun, I go into a courthouse. The fact that I have that gun is going to get me charged.
I also can't carry a gun while drunk.
Yes, you can't carry a gun while drunk, and you can't. And another thing is, you can't generally carry a gun while committing another felony. So drug possession of 25 grams is another felony. So if you have a gun in the commission of that felony, that's what they're hitting you for. That's why that's why you can't. But this is it's a simple argument. It's like, how does the people who are defending them not know this? How can you? This is like law school 101 here.
People don't want to. And it's funny because when I was on Keno Casino this week, PPP brought up, and I thought he thought I wasn't going to answer this the way I did, but he's like, isn't it a bit for your, people are claiming we're grifting and we're making, money off Nick's sorrow and misfortune. Guys, I'm covering the Karen murder trial. A guy got run over and killed and left for dead in the snow, and this woman's facing life in prison. That's pretty opportunistic, grifting, and voyeuristic. Like, that's what we do here. You're talking about people breaking the law. I'm talking about people breaking the law, people in legal trouble, all kinds of things happening. That's what this is. It's just now the target of this is now somebody we know the background of and we have a bit of affinity for. That's the difference here.
I'll say this, and I'll ask everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
If it was me or Sean who were in this situation, do you think Nick would be covering it on his channel? Give me a 1 if you think Nick would be covering on this channel. Of course.
He might have had a really bad fever right now.
But of course he would be covering this on this channel, right? Of course.
Yes.
Of course he would be covering it.
Yes.
So to say that we shouldn't cover it is essentially ridiculous. Matter of fact, he covered a beef I had like 10 years ago with a guy. Because it was juicy. He's like, I covered this beef that Nate had 10 years ago. Uncivil Lord's video. The video that Uncivil Lord did when he played the video multiple times on it, right? This is what, so to now pretend like, oh my God, because it's him, we shouldn't cover it. He's in the game, people.
Yeah.
In the game. And he would cover this story, which he should, which if it happened to me, I would expect everyone to cover it just like this. So so let's not pretend he would not cover this case. Maybe he might be mad that we're covering it. Maybe he might not like what we say about it. But to say it's not fair game for us to cover it, it's honestly ridiculous. Because then, if it happens, like when he comes back, when it happens again, it will probably be the reverse. He will probably be covering it too. So
yeah, no, and that's the thing. I mean, but yeah, this is the business. This is this is what we do. This is our life. So it's like it's like Backdraft. It's like this is the family business here, Nate. It's what we do for it's actually like Lion King when he's sitting there telling Simba, he's like, the antelope eat the grass, we eat the antelope, and then we become the grass. It's the circle of life.
Yeah. Oh, matter of fact, there's what's the other one? The other one, he made some Fourth Amendment arguments that were just the Fourth Amendment arguments were on probable cause, but those arguments, to be fair, I don't want to go into them. The reason why is because they were pre this information coming out, not post. So now it would be unfair to label that. The next argument he made was a Sixth Amendment argument. He said that there was no right to counsel his Nick's wife and April because Nick was their lawyer and they didn't allow him access to their clients.
He's a co-conspirator. Which it's funny because everything he said to Kayla, I hope got recorded because there will be no attorney-client privilege.
There's no attorney-client privilege in it. Even with his wife, there's no attorney-client privilege. They're literally arrested for the same crime. So
yes, it's not going to work, and hopefully yes, in the grand scheme of things, did it hurt anything? Probably not. And I think that judge was kind of like, he's like,
he had never experienced
and it's
that
like,
before,
and Nick has got his own attorney now. Although he's mentioned, I guess, according to people, he claims like, oh, my co-counsel, and it's like, well, that's hybrid representation. That's not going to work either.
Yeah.
So
I think he's desperate to try to control the situation, but the Sixth Amendment argument is bunk. I think the only argument that they made that may even hold some water was the Eighth Amendment argument about excessive bail. $50,000 is a lot for a first time user, first time offender. Even though if it's standard, I understand that, but I would still make it. Hey, this is a upstate Amendment community. He's been doing this. First offense.
Well, but the problem is, to be fair, and this is where when Nick said, I'll say I'm gonna have to say it. Nick in his famous Instagram post, like, you don't know nothing about doing criminal defense. It's like, I really wanted to say, honey, you don't know much about doing this either. Like, she has never ridden the bike. You've got training wheels. Like, you're not running the Tour de France, homie. But like when he said, "Oh, I object on Eighth Amendment grounds," like, well, yes, and then you say, Your Honor, I live in the community. I've lived
you got
here
to
for years.
exactly.
I have a family,
strong ties to the community.
Well,
yes,
maybe not the family right second, but yes, strong ties to the community. I'm not a flight risk. I don't have connections out of the state.
Exactly.
All those things you'd want to show, but he just goes, "Oh, Eighth Amendment." It's like, but that's where experience would have you jump in.
Yes,
experience. And then the other thing is, and I'm sure you've had this happen before, when you had a client who comes in and it's like a big drug thing or a DUI thing, you're like, do you need help? And it's like, yes, okay, well, hey, Nate, we're going to get you into programs. Where do you want to go? Like, do you have things lined up? Here's some, I can help you, give you referrals. I can get things lined up for you. You've got to start doing it. The idea that's not admissible against you to be in treatment. There's no way that would be coming in.
Of course.
Going to treatment is not an admission of guilt. And for them to try to bring that in, that would be horribly, horribly against the rules of evidence. I would argue that's, that massive public policy argument, we're going to scare people into not getting treatment because you're going to use it against them.
Yeah.
And, just go and get it done.
Yeah, but I think, unfortunately, and I don't want to second guess him at the. Go ahead.
Real quick, Niall says, "Why does the fat guy answer super chats?" Because I know Nate's time is very precious, but if you're okay to start answering them, if you want to start plowing through these,
well, right now it's 6:53, so I'll let you. I'll leave you because I gotta go do my thing at 7.
All right.
So I'm not supposed to be leaving here now, but I did want to say two things. One, it's okay. I always thought being part of Law Tube, but being part of this whole community, it was okay to disagree, right?
Yes.
But now it's gotten to the point where it's not okay for us to disagree.
Yeah.
And to the point where for us who are saying the majority, I'll say not only the majority, it seems like every single lawyer in Law Tube, except for 2, are all saying the same things. This is bad for Nick. This looks bad, blah, blah, blah. These constitutional violations don't make sense. They just seem like nonsense. And the only 2 who are saying it, their reasons seem to be junk. So I'm going to say I have respect for Viva. I have extreme respect for Barnes. I have respect for Nick. I hang out with those guys. I love those guys. But if they, if it's gotten to the point where we can't disagree, then obviously we got an issue here. And I hope, and I also want to make sure this is clear. I pray for Nick's recovery. And I don't think that this is a time to make excuses for someone who's an obvious addict. We all know he's an addict. We've all seen it for ourselves. We've all experienced it. And I think this is the time to hold him accountable for his actions, but also show him support to help him recover. And he can only do that when he stops trying to defend himself in the public sphere and say, I need help, because he can easily come back from this. We all love a success story of, Rush Limbaugh came back. People can recover. Drugs is something that we deal with all the time in this community. But until he says, I have a problem, I have a drug issue, and I need help, that's the only thing that's going to help. I'm sorry about the long-winded ending speech, but I thought it was important
by all
to say,
means. That's all I was going to say, that until he's ready, you can't support somebody. And yes, part of that is it's a quid pro quo. You want my support, you need to admit you need to fix this.
Yes. And the best option for Nick is that, this thing gets thrown out and he gets help. But I'm afraid if this thing goes thrown out, he's going to be back to doing something worse, and they're going to catch him again doing something worse. So, so hopefully this is a wake-up call. Hopefully he can get out of this. They'll give him like a nice little slap on the wrist. He'll get recovery, and then we'll see him back with that. But with that being said, let me go because I got some stuff to do.
Sure.
It was thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate you to invite me on.
I appreciate it, Nate. Guys, Nate the lawyer, you guys know where to find him. He doesn't need any introduction or any walking off like that. But Nate, thanks for being here. I appreciate it, man.
All right, now thank you for having me, and we'll definitely do this again. Take care, chat, and don't hate me. Like
thanks for agreeing with me too, Nate.
No, but I thought it was funny because I was speaking into the void, like I was like the other one. Like, am I the only person, who thinks this is all BS? But come to find out, everybody else also thought it too. But it seems like people were more afraid to say it than me. I was like, this is ridiculous. Listen, you take care. I'll see you next time.
See you, Nate. All right, guys. So I apologize about the super chats. We're gonna do them. We're not stopping. I'm answering all your questions. We're not done. I promise we're not done right now. We got super chats to go through. So you have to suffer with me alone. But I'm sorry. Nate's great. I love talking to him. And, we were just going. I mean, we're reading through it, getting through it all. Yeah. But as we said, this is really bad. This is not good. It's not even looks bad. It just is bad. It's bad, 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 bad. So I guess we'll start at the beginning. MLS got a law. David, how you doing? Says Barnes is wrong about so many things. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Excalibur for $5 says props to Sean and Nate the lawyer for calling out the delusional cope from Nick's sycophantic ball washers. These Law 2 defenders should be ashamed. And I think for a lot of them, it comes with just not the experience of dealing with this stuff. Like I said, people were mad at me. Like, how do you know this? I'm like, I've been doing this for a while. I kind of know, and nothing's new. So, and there's also cope is a strong thing. We all cope at some point. We cope about all kinds of shit. But yes, I think there was a lot of irrational cope here. You think the American Smokeless Tobacco Company could harvest it and they can make some tins for it. Dan is a new member. Thank you, Dan. Wendy Carter says, by the way, Legal Mindset will be on Keno Casino tonight, according to Andy. That'll be an interesting show. Unknown Hero for $2 says, I'm going to come. Well, don't come. Don't come. Vodka Blood for $2 says, anime sucks, cope, and Sneed. Automata says, give us some anime analysis to guzzle down. No, sorry. Vodka Blood says, anime sucks, cope, and Sneed. You see what I did there, huh? Sleazy says, terrain alert, pull up, wee woo. Well, we're guys, we are way past that for Nick. I mean, we're way past that for Nick. It's for Nick, it's that's kind of important, but we have moved on to the threat indicators and the radar warning receivers. Like, there's no more worrying about the terrain. No. There's a missile lock. Missile lock.
Chaff flare, out, chaff flare, low, jammer.
Yeah, Nick better start popping chaff and flares and start dodging the SAMs. We're past pull up mode. We're past that. Yeah. We're now into SAM launch territory, and you guys surface to air missile. That's an F-18 cockpit, too, if you weren't aware. And that's what it sounds like when you're getting targeted. So enough for the plane spurging for now. Thal, thank you for $20. And this is the comment about Nate not owning pizza, so I'm glad he doesn't. That's a shame, says that $3,000 will be crowdfunded in 7 minutes. Yeah, I get the feeling it will. Unknown Hero is saying that Bank in Youngstown got a tune-up, just a day that ends in Y. Yes, it is. That's normal down that way, guys. From the Mahoning River Valley down along the Ohio River. It's actually a bit sporty at times. Otto, get to 10 memberships. Thank you for your support, your generosity. Pepsi Man, I did ask Nate. I don't think he's blocked by Viva. I think Barnes has blocked him from what I can tell. I don't think Barnes has blocked me yet. Avarice says, did Nate see Nick's comments on his boozy lawsuit? I think he did. I think he did already, yes. Kelly R says, doesn't take a rocket scientist to know what's going on. Nick has been unwatchable for a while. Yeah, yep. Kale Burke says, I'm digging your tie. Well, thank you. It's actually a couple different colors of like pink. But yeah. Pepsi Man says, Viva and Barnes, Cope and Sneed before the Baldo. Yes. Sweeping it up, chat. Sweeping it up. Make a Mobass. Thank you for your super chat. $20. Thank you. Says, I'm mad at Barnes, but the point was made that Barnes may have a contractual obligation to nose guard because of Rumble. There's no way in fuck Nick has a Rumble contract, guys. Come on. Seeing Kurt and Legal Mindset getting emotional about it really at home. I love Nick, but I can't support him. Well, like I said, if he turns it around, you can support him, or if you can again, obviously that's your call. But I will say, yeah, I mean, Kurt had a, he admitted that, yeah, I was wrong and reality came around, but Kurt's a good guy at the end of the day. Timmy Coates says, did they drug test Nick when they arrested him? I doubt it, because at that point they didn't charge him with the DUI offense. Although that may be coming. We don't know for sure. I would point out that was not in the probable cause statement, so I doubt it. Now, if you're saying when they got him to the jail, did they test him? Well, no, because at that point, drugs in your system don't count as possession like that. I mean, in Ohio, that's unconstitutional to do. Paul Height says the kids who had a nanny all their lives should have been able to completely care for themselves while the 4 adults in the same room doing blow and fucking. Yeah. Yep, that's true. Yep, those kids definitely all know what they're doing. Thal for $20. Thank you, Thal. Again. Thank you so much. Says, Nate's doubts me on this, but I have the perfect defense for Nick. He just claims subject matter jurisdiction, and he can't lose. It worked great for Daryl Brooks. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know about that one, Tim. Epic Fantasy for some dollary dues. Says, we are all powerless against our addictions. Get help. Yes. Addictions, we all have something that would be our downfall. It's just, most of us don't encounter it. But there's nothing wrong with getting help. And then Mlega or Mleg or Mlegi for £2 sterling. The King Sterling. Says Colombian Donuts. Yuki Roma says, thanks for not being mindless lemmings. There may be hope yet for this country. Well, thank you. Jay Wolfenstein says, if Nick got the trifle, he'd be fine. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I hope Nick doesn't access a trifle. That would be very scary. And free Chili. And I do agree. I think Chili DeCastro was wrongfully convicted, but it's not going to happen. Pseudosnark's been a member for 5 months saying DRE testimony every day in DWI trials. Yes, I know, but I still think most DREs are full of shit. And the times where they actually do really good, the guy's like falling all down or, oh, he smelled like he was doing cocaine. Yeah, because he smells like a bunch of coke or crack. Hold on one quick. I just got a note from my producer. My lovely, lovely producer. Hold on here. Hey Kurt, if you're here, somebody said you're here. I just sent you a link if you'd like to join. This Who We Are says that's a shame. Called at first CPS related. Yeah, I don't disagree. I thought it had something to do with that too. Because otherwise, how would the cops have found out? Because it's not like they're out, they're out in a rural house sitting in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, this is my only other thought would have been a domestic situation, but that doesn't appear to be the case. So let's see, where are we at here? The lost Chicago girl. Hopefully they find you, because that would be a little awkward to be lost forever. Says Nick is lucky he didn't get distribution because of the bags and scales. Just having those alone isn't always indicative. But if you had a bunch of baggies of it and things like that, probably. I think they were able to tell this is all personal use and were able to figure that out. And I think it's pretty obvious it's personal use based, because if they didn't have any drug intelligence that people could go there and buy drugs, I think that without that, they wouldn't have gone that far. So Tinkle Tits McGee is a new member. Thank you. Walter Malone says, can we get a Clyde wellness check? Want to make sure he is clean and fed. Yeah, well, hopefully somebody hears that and opens the door and lets Clyde in a second. Tinkle Tits McGee says the warrant says the local law enforcement officer knew about Nick because he's been a victim of swatting. Why didn't the courts redact his address and phone? I think because it's a public document that they don't, or they forgot to, or I don't know. But you're talking about his bond paperwork. Yeah. Yep. But it's also common knowledge out there. And yes, we have. Yes, there you go. There you go, Walter. Clyde is alive. If you guys are new, this is Clyde. He and my dog. Hi, Bubba. Hi. I know he's probably like, I was sleepy. What the fuck happened? Do you want to go back out? I got you. Okay, buddy. Okay, I got you. There you go. Yeah. There he goes. I tried. Shri says, this is for what you said to Bar and Sean. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Yeah, don't be afraid. If somebody talks shits at you, come right back at them. You don't have to take shit from nobody. It's also the internet, so don't be afraid to fuck with people. It's a fun time on Twitter. There's nothing wrong with telling somebody they're clearly wrong. Startup Lab, thank you for your super chat. I'm saying, could the police have looked at body cam from Nick's reckless driving ticket in April? I think he had a kid in the car. The ticket was posted on X. I don't think it was from April. I thought it was from farther back, but probably going to be a little tenuous in time. You need to be able to show a clear ongoing series of events, not just one time 6 months ago. But yeah, maybe. And also, I heard the beep, I think. Hi, Kurt.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
So, how was it with Jeremy over on the recording? Was it a lot of fun?
Yeah, we had a nice little discussion. It was fun.
Okay.
As I tried to get my light to stay on. There we go. I think I'll stay on this time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing well. It's been an interesting.
What? You can also turn your camera off too if you want to.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That way I'm going back and reclining in my chair.
Yeah, no, it's all good. You're
great.
You're here. You can do as you wish.
All right, cool. You can meet Callie the bee fish. How you guys doing?
Sage 240SX says, who would have thought the next case would be bigger than Diddy? Feeling very bad for Nick. I've been in that position. Prayers for the family. Yeah, like I said, I want Nick to get better. It's just there's a long way before that happens, and a lot of stuff, has got to get sorted out before that. and also doesn't change what's happened.
You see, they've got some haters in chat. You guys can't get me down to them in too good of a mood.
Well, it's like you told Barnes, you can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Where am I? Hold on here. Who is texting me? Okay, sorry. Audrey Sova is saying, do y'all remember his 10-day flu? Uncivil mentioned the brown substance in the search in combination with the arm marks equals opiates, in my opinion.
Could well be.
Yeah, but
although, as Jeremy pointed out, there doesn't seem to be needles and other indicia. So
yeah, and that's the thing. When you look at the warrant, you don't see them talking about finding any rigs. And what I mean by rigs, like loaded up syringes. You just see a bunch of coke and snorting stuff. Now, you could snort heroin. You could definitely snort heroin. But God, if he's doing that, ooh, lad, that's not good. But guys, we didn't get to this yet. This is when the police go and seize things, they have to do an inventory and they have to account for everything they take.
Yep.
And this cop has
his handwriting's about as good as mine.
Yeah. Oh, oof. Jeez, I would. This is awful. It's like, this makes doctors look good, but yes, a short tube and cocaine they found on the nightstand. They found a black vial with a white substance in cocaine. 2 credit cards belonging to April. 2 spent casings, which I wonder if he was from the nightstand. Which Nick's not a big shooter, so I was wondering if he's shooting at ceiling cats, but who knows? The AR with 200.
That's a serial number.
Two. Okay. Serial number. Yeah, that is. And ammo and mags. Glass container and the grinder. God, whoever read through this and made the report, my hat's off to him because this is awful to read. Yeah, and I just been like, oh, a bunch of drug stuff. See, ta-da, done. Yeah, this must have been the first page. And then he started writing and he's like, screw it. I'm just scribbling it out. So the $100 bill with white powder on it. A bindle, which is when they just cut off the little bags, it's a little baggy. A scooper from the master closet safe. 2 baggies inside a baggie inside a funnel. And then the guns they found in the garage.
Is it like 2 scoops like Raisin Bran? 2 scoops of cocaine?
Yeah, it's not going to bind you up. So that takes care of that. I just wanted to get you guys to see what the end of those look like, because the return, the invoice, the return, you actually get a copy of that. They leave what they took.
Yeah.
And then that also gets filed. And then Rube, I think is what you're trying to say there, unless I butchered it. Kids will try to compensate and cover for bad stuff happening at home. It's likely much worse if the kids are openly complaining of food and the others notice the clothes and the smell. Oh, sure. I assume that was for those kids. It was hell on earth. It was absolutely awful. Stabby gets 10 memberships. Thank you for the generosity and support. And Darcy says, isn't the homeschool group co-op included with the church? I swear it's somewhat a part of it. Yeah, they go.
They homeschool at the church, right?
Yeah, and there's all kinds of church functions they go to, so it's very church centric. Yeah, they're not like going from house to house because that would have been an issue long ago. Or they could be like, "Hey, today, guys, we're going to do chemistry."
Yay! Now, what we're going to start with is pseudoephedrine, and what we're going to end with is methamphetamine.
They'll be like, Dora, it's like, can you say la cocaína? Oh, my God. I crack myself up some days. Oh. Zero Fuck says, if you harm children, you go on the wall. Nick Rekieta.
It sounds like a Nick Rekieta quote.
Yeah, the big red snake. That sounds like that could be either a really neat pet or something very scary in a porn. Minnesota Nice is now Minnesota Vice. Moving to a small town and engaging in this lifestyle was going to draw eyeballs. It's as stupid as the gangbanger in the hood with the new Escalade complaining the cops keep pulling him over. Yes. Although, Nick has said he wanted to be, that hood nibba. Well, he got the LARP down 10 out of 10. Darcy gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you for that support. Thank you for the generosity.
Mm-hmm.
The Sky is a Neighborhood for £4.99 pounds. For £4.99, I think is how they do it. That's sterling once again, chat. The Kings sterling.
Mm-hmm.
It says thoughts on them naming Nick as the individual and not his wife for this, especially as she was a stay-at-home mom. Because he's the owner, he's the contact point. They probably also determine he's the one behind all of it. He's kind of the person in charge. Kingslayer Damocles says, and Nate's breakdown somewhere about the child abuse, and Nate says, what does Nick say about belonging on the wall? That implies Nate thinks Nick is a map. Is there any evidence Nick said his kids?
No, nothing like that.
None of that. No, guys. Like I said, if you go to in here, we'll bring this up and break it down, because I think, as much as you want to bag on Nick and hate on Nick, I think you should hate on for the right reasons, because there's more than enough reasons to, be very much disappoint and very dishonorable towards Nick. But there's reasons you don't have to be, I would argue. And that is... Actually, I need Kayla's, not Nick's, because that doesn't help me. Because he was just charged with basically doing drugs around the kids and the kids having possible access to them. And that's a standard thing that happens. I mean, I'm surprised it's only a misdemeanor, because, you do it bad enough, there could be, a felony in some states. Now, this thing with Kayla you guys are wondering about here. And I'm going to bring this up because I know what you guys are all talking about. It's down here at the bottom. And it's this thing right here. And Kingslayer, I'm going to take your... Actually, I'll keep your super chat up. So it's this thing right here you guys are talking about. We'll make it red so we can see. This thing right here you guys are talking about, where it says... physical sex abuse, but up here it says neglect or endangerment. Well, if you go to the Minnesota statutes, and that's,
yeah, I looked it up. I was confused by the cross-reference. I didn't know if it was...
Well, and here's where I think, here's what I think happened. Because this part, it just seems like somebody screwed up. Because here it talks about depriving a child of necessary food, clothing, shelter, healthcare, supervision appropriate for their age. Okay. And it harms, and you talk about harming their mental, physical, or emotional health. Okay. And here's A2 right down here. It talks about the sexual abuse and the physical abuse. I don't think that's what they meant to do. I think they meant to come down here to section B2. And B2 says knowingly causing or permitting the child to be present where any person is selling or manufacturing or possessing the precursor to chemical substance. With the intent to manufacture or possessing controlled substance is guilty of child endangerment and may be sentenced to imprisonment of not more than 364 days or a fine of not more than $3,000. So when you go to what Kayla was facing, I think it makes more sense this was meant to be B2 than A2.
You think there's evidence of them manufacturing or selling?
Well, no, but it also said possession.
Okay.
It says possession. Here, hold on, if I can delete this. Right there, it's right here. It shows possession because it also says possessing, and it says manufacturing or possessing a controlled substance. So that's what I think. That's what I think they were probably getting at, but we don't know. We don't know. We won't know until they're probably going to have to fix that at some point. We'll find out soon enough. But no, the probable cause doesn't indicate any physical abuse, and neither does the affidavit. So that's why I don't think it applies. But once again, what do I know according to Robert Barnes? So Britt Kilmer is saying, thank you for the super chat, saying they were friends and may have recently had a falling out. That is why I do not have friends. It makes my life easier. Well, sometimes it's not bad to have friends, but yeah, you can't have a falling out if you don't have friends. And Keystone Pirate is saying in 2004, damn, I was in Afghanistan protecting opium fields and liberating Jalalabad. Yep, no, you were protecting the poppies. And then Popcorn Power says, Sean is totally cool with this if you do a line on stream. Of what? Like sugar? Because that's like, look at me. What do you think I'm snorting? Street's been a member for 5 months, says the kids are the only victims in this. I'd say they're the biggest victims. Swinging Cot, we could also be the victims in this in a way, too. All of us. Swinging Cod for $20 says, not a lawyer, but have an interest in drug war, legal overreach, and police militarization. The affidavit stands out as being actually constructed instead of a form letter of officer's experience, and CI says bad for nose. Yes. And I hate those when they have snitches and informants in there because you're like, do they really exist? I truly hate those too. Nick Starro. Nick, how are you doing, man? For 100 Swedish kroner. Says, I went to college in 2004 or 5. I'm old. I said that, yes. Seriously, he's like, I started university in 1993. You're both still kids. I get your point. It's all relative. Mleg again, or Mleg, or Munguga, for £2 sterling again. Long live the king. Although this king's probably not going to live too long. Is issued by the judge who was bad-mouthing. Oops. Yeah, and I think there may be some ground there for him to ask for a new judge, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know what his attorneys are going to, what their plans are.
Yeah, I think it's a very hard sell. I mean, you can try to ask for like a new judge, but I'm sure the judge is seeing a lot worse.
Sure, but it's the same judge who did the warrant. The problem is it's a small area. It's a very rural area, so it's not uncommon in those situations. Yeah. But yes, the Nick's gonna have to bring up. Well, Judge, I said you're a whore, and I said you squeeze liquor out of your vagina. So
put that in the motion. Put that in the motion. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yes, Your Honor. My client called you a whore and said you were a dumb cunt for ruling the way you did on our previous case. Therefore, we ask you to recuse yourself for cause. Cat, not Williams, says, chat, did you like and subscribe? I don't know, chat. Did you?
They should. Hey, did you know I passed 135,000 subs? That's
congrats.
Nice.
Congrats.
I know.
I just passed 20.
Better keep growing, out. Baby. Keep going.
Look over. Protect your neck. Keep watching. Laundered24 says, I wonder how many drugs were flushed while Nick was stalling at the door. I kind of get the feeling there probably weren't too many drugs flushed. I think everybody got caught off guard. And normally when you do that, the cops generally can tell when it's happened. So, and to be fair, April and Kayla don't strike me as mastermind criminals. I mean, there are ways you can get rid of drugs and the cops don't know, and I know some of those ways, but I don't think April and
Would
Kayla
you like to tell us?
I don't like to give away too many tips. I've given away enough questionable information on these streams, so.
Pure information isn't illegal.
No, I know, but I don't want to in case I give away like information about who gave it away or who does it. There's some things I like to keep private. Bob Dobbs says, Nick lives in a small town. Even if the case is dismissed, he's a pariah. Everyone's heard about this. Yep, that's a thing. Social, societal, shunning and societal disapproval is a massive punishment in and of itself. So even if he wins, he's going to have to deal with everybody in town looking at him in a way that, they don't approve of him. They don't like him, and they aren't going to like him.
No, and even if he lives in a town with nobody, so that's a real problem.
Yeah.
Probably not going to go to that church as much anymore, I would bet.
Well, I mean, a church actually may be like the one place where they'll be like, we forgive you, but, that is a long, long ways off, and Nick hasn't even made the first step to doing that. Linda Richards says, "Sorry, I've been so mean to Sean. I misjudged." Linda, no apology necessary. No apology necessary. It's the internet. I appreciate it though. Thank you. Niall says, "Aren't search and arrest warrants required to be bonded? If it's unbonded, does that nullify the warrant?" No, they don't have to be bonded. The police don't have to post. It'd be nice if they did. They had to post money, and if they were wrong, they would lose money and be subject to things.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. An arrest warrant bonded. What
Yeah,
are you
that would
talking
be
about?
nice to make sure they catch the right people or they don't destroy property.
Bonded
No.
like they're a plumber, so if they break it,
Yeah.
the bond pays
Yeah,
for
that'd
it.
be nice.
What kind of where have you heard about an arrest or search warrant being
I don't know, but I like
bonded?
the idea. I like the idea.
Okay.
They'd be careful about things if they did it.
That'd
But
be amazeballs.
it'd be great. It'd be great. But no, Niall, I've never heard of that anywhere. Unless there's somewhere I'm not. Remember, there's 50 states. I don't know.
Is this
And
like
then
a
there's
San Francisco thing? Because that'd be funny.
Maybe. And then as Aladdin and Jasmine said, there's a whole new world out there, and I don't know. Maybe someplace it does do that.
I can show you the world.
Yes.
Shining, shivering splendor.
Well, this
Tell
time
me,
it'd be
Sean, when let you let your heart decide.
Well,
Whole
I
new world.
full of karaoke, cocaine, and ketamine, slurring, screaming, and humping on the swinging carpet ride.
I guess your chat isn't my chat is a lot. I sing sometimes on my channel.
I do too, but that's like, I was trying to think of the words I'd use in there. Ghostball says, and I saw this early, would I represent Nick? I mean, well, not based upon how I feel about him and all that. Personally, I think that'd be a conflict, but let's say I didn't have any of those issues. Well, yeah, is his money sloshing in my trust account, from his trust account? You see what I did there, chat? Yes, that I would do it.
The two different concepts of the word trust. Very good.
Yes.
+1.
Yes. The Sky's a Neighborhood for £1.99. Does the warrant get you into the safes though? Yes.
Yeah. It's for drugs. You're allowed to look in any place in which the items to be searched or seized are likely to be found, which is for drugs is basically everywhere.
Now, what they'll do is they need to ask you saying, what is the access code for the safe? They can't just walk in and cut it open. They have to minimize damage and harm where they can. Now, there are times where if they're looking for something and they find something else, so they're looking for a kidnap victim, but they find drugs in plain view, and then they find a safe.
Sure.
They would probably
because once they're in a place where they have the right to be, then anything else they find is plain view, which gives them probable cause to search other things. That's fine.
Yes, but I would say, and when I worked with police, I always just pointed out, there's no harm in calling and getting another warrant. It literally, you can do it over the phone. You can say, because that's one of the cops he brought up that hypothetical. I said, you tell the judge, like, hey, we're looking for this person and we found drugs. He's going to say, cool, here's your warrant. Open up the safe now. It took you 5 minutes. I would rather you do that than open it up and you didn't do something right and now we have to suppress that. So there are a lot of times where police will just be out of an abundance of caution. If something they're not expecting to happen, they'll stop and go get a new warrant because it doesn't hurt you to do that.
You guys have an emergency number for warrants you can call? 1-800-WARRANT?
Well, but I mean, generally, you can get warrants over the phone if you're like, you can get.
Press 1 if you need a warrant for drugs. Press 2 if you suspect terrorism.
Yes.
Press 3 if you speak English. Press the R9.
Fair enough.
That
was very good. Oh, yes. Press 6 if you need to go to Denny's. Although, Kurt, I brought that up, and I don't know if I didn't ask you this question. Do you think when Nick got in the back of the police car, do you think he asked him about, like, so what do you think about Denny's?
How long does the joke go? How long can that joke go?
Yeah. He's like, do you know what you order there? And I'm surprised one of them didn't, like, pepper spray him at that point. Mileg for $2 or £2 says, should have kept his stash in the old Baldo. Yeah, I don't think I'd be brave enough to look into that either. Yeah, hollow it out. Free Flyer 1978 says restorative justice diversion program for Nick to plead out, and get help through court or rehab probation, since the left is all about not funding prisons with bodies. To be fair, Free Flyer, I'm actually supportive of that too. A first-time offender who gets caught, I would rather we try to give them a chance of rehabilitation and treatment versus jail. I mean, we've got enough people in jail. Ohio is like the 6th largest prison population in America.
Good for you.
Well, yes, but I think we probably have more than enough people in prison. We don't necessarily need to add more. And if it's just a coked out guy with a chip on his shoulder, do we really need to put that guy in prison? No, let's try to help him out. If he wants help, great. If he doesn't, then fine. We'll send him away for not following the rules. But I think there's something to be said about trying to minimize the amount of people we incarcerate, because that causes a lot of problems down the road for people. Barton Bella says, Shauna here looking sharp today. Suck it, Barnes. That's right. Suck it dry. Britt Cormier for $50. Thank you, Britt. Is saying addicts make excuses. When he is streaming, he is at work. If you show up for work tweaking, people notice. The problem is he recorded in front of the world, not in an office. Smart people make dumb decisions also. Very true.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, remember, that's I don't know if you ever watched The Wire, Kurt?
I think I might have seen an episode here or there, but I've never watched the whole thing. Is it worth my time to go back and watch it?
Yes, especially this part.
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
He's taking notes at the drug dealer meeting.
Gotta take notes. I mean, otherwise, how are you going to remember the details,
Yeah. Truth is, new member. The truth is always welcome here. Bad Weather Biker says, someone needs to make a video like Afro Man of the cops searching Nick's house and looking at his lemon pound cake. Well, he's got $3,000 worth of snacks, so, did you have to look at all of my snacks? I like my cocaine in big fat stacks. But why, oh, why, oh, why, oh, why did you have to look at my $3,000 in snacks? Dude. Yes, and just like Afro, can you help me repair my front door?
Yeah.
We shacked it with April because she was a coke whore.
Ooh.
We didn't know that you'd be looking for all this cocaine inside of our house when you knocked on our door. Bump, 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 bump. Stephen Cooper says conspiracies are like lupus. It's never lupus. I understood that reference. Yes, it's never lupus. It's never a conspiracy. You ever watch House?
If it's the government, it's always the conspiracy, man.
Yes.
Yes, I've watched House.
Oh, okay. Emler for £2 again. Just balling out of control here. That's like real money compared to the dollar. Dangerous for him, a big bust for a rural town. I bet that's one of the bigger busts that county's seen in a long time. Especially for cocaine. Jay Wolfenstein says, cool, now we know how to drive Sean nuts. Yes, I'm offended that we're bloggers, according to that detective. That's very offensive. Yes, blogger.
Is that what this is? Am I blogging? Okay.
Yes.
Callie the Beefish is a blogger.
I think blogging is more offensive than foamer. So, yeah, I'm very offended with that. It's like my mom's like, "Are you doing your podcast?" And I'm like, "It's not a podcast." But yes, Mom, I'm doing it tonight. Free Flyer 1978 saying, I grew up in small town Minnesota, not Spicer, but same size. There are no secrets, and I'm sure people knew, but nothing was being done till Mando reporting due to the kids. Yes. Stardust Crusader says, Nick implied that checking himself into rehab would be bad for him legally. What's your opinion on this? Absolute bullshit.
Yeah, well, I mean, as long as he doesn't go to a pure self-help group or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to, if he went to some bullshit place, the prosecutor's going to be like, okay, well, and his attorney shows it as proof Nick's serious, he's like, yeah, fuck this guy. I'm not going to help him work on a deal here. But it's not as though Nick could go to rehab and the prosecutor could say, if Nick went to trial, which, God, that would be.
I'll cover it. I'll be amazing.
That would be the corn harvest of corn harvests.
Yeah, for law tape, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Hear testimony about the Baldo.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh my God, that'd be great. So, let's say Nick takes a stand. The prosecutor and go, Mr. Rekieta, isn't it true you went to rehab right after your arrest? That'd be a mistrial right away, guys. So, no, none of that can be used against him as proof he committed a crime. That's not how that works.
How about hanging out with us degenerates? Is that proof of a crime?
Yes. Is it true you hang out with Sean Martin and he always encourages Chad to build the biggest N-word towers? And he'd be like, well, yeah. And the jury would go, Gunner for 20 Norwegian, what do they call it in Norway? Cronin, I think, maybe. Yep. Nick just said on what he doesn't care who grifts. Did Nick go on somewhere?
Sounds like some probably Instagram if I had to guess, because he's been posting on there. That doesn't surprise me, but it could just be part of a denial thing.
Yeah, so. Is it also I don't care if anybody's grifting? Is it with the molding face on? Is he got the happy face over the crying face? They don't care. The Big Red Snake is saying, what I don't get is if all these fans, the farms, the Keno Casino, been stalking these guys, had a pretty good clue something is up. Why didn't any of them call the cops or CPS? So what I will tell you is, oh, there's a couple. Okay, here, hold on. Oh, it's all from locals. Oh, I don't care who grifts or whatever. Oh, he's saying such an important aspect of this is who else makes money. Okay, the amount of people accepting a government narrative is both surprising and unsurprising, but it is what it is. Once again, Nick, I'm waiting for you to tell me how this is all. Oh, we got it all wrong. It's actually like designer cocaine, or it was just 1 gram of cocaine.
Yeah.
It happened to actually when the police came in, blow dryer turned on and blew it everywhere, or something. I'm curious to see what that is going to be.
Yeah, I am.
But getting back to Big Red Snake, this is something that Null, Joshua Connor Moon, also, if you like to know, praise be unto him, the proprietor of Kiwi Farms and Lolcal LLC, has said is if you're going to call the police because you feel like it's a good thing and you're doing it because it's the right thing to do, don't come in here and look for ass pats on it. And that's the thing. Like, a lot of people would probably do it just to aggravate problems, not necessarily be a good guy. But there's also the idea of you don't touch the cows, and Nick is a lol cow. You don't touch them. You don't interact with them. You don't cause problems because that's not your role. But also, to be fair, I don't know if you made a report at this point, we would have had the caliber of information that the church had. I mean, it took the church this long to get, a couple months of problems before they could go to the police. So I don't know if that really would have mattered ultimately. But I understand your thought there, and I hope that answers it. James says the grift never stops. Nick Rekieta. Yes, it's true. It never stops. Ted's fake super chat emporium. Looks pretty real to me, Ted. Nick preached about libertarianism. I think he's forgotten that freedom goes hand in hand with responsibility.
Fair.
Yeah, that's a problem with libertarianism. Yes. Libertarianism taking its logical conclusion is Wayland Yutani, which is a problem. So, yeah, I don't want that. Kyver Dam. Or Kiev or Dam. We don't say Kiev or Dam. We use the Russian words here. I'm sorry if this is a dumb question. No such thing as a dumb question. Really, there isn't. But when you say you carry a gun while drunk or on drugs, do you mean your person or just generally own? So in Ohio, I can carry a firearm, but if I'm intoxicated, that's a crime. And that's actually something that traditionally, going all the way back to the founding, if you were drunk or high, they would take your guns from you. You sober up, you get them back. And the good example of that is in at the OK Corral, where the Clans and McLowrys were out drinking and carousing all night long. So their guns were taken from them. They sobered up and were hungover as hell, and they grabbed their guns but refused to leave town. And that's when Wyatt Earp and Virgil and Doc Holliday all went down there to go fight them. So that's, I guess, I hope that answers your question. If it didn't, please advise and say I screwed up. So Tim of Tams, hey Tim, is saying for $10 dues. What a morning for me to wake up. Barnes is full of it. Thank you for both keeping on a level.
Yeah, Barnes, I think, has had this problem for a while, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
This seems to be a very ongoing problem with Barnes. And this is how I would phrase it, and let me know if you would phrase it differently. I would say that Barnes tends to say what he thinks the law should be with absolute and complete total confidence, but he doesn't distinguish it to say it's what he thinks it should be. He simply says it's what the law is. So you can't tell the difference, and therefore it's confusing.
I think that's fair, but also I just think he when it's stuff like this, it's easier for him just to go right up the top and have an answer, because obviously that's a different way of doing it, saying, oh gosh, we need to figure things out. But yes, I think that in general that's the case. But I mean, to be fair, I'm very much like that too, about what it should be, not what it is. So, at the end of the day. Wendy H says, if Nick had come on to the MLS and Valhalla's Lego stream, they could have saved him.
More Legos.
Yes. Claire Bear, and I know it's not the Claire Bear, but you are a different Claire Bear. Thank you, Claire, for $5 dues, saying old Nick would have covered it. 23, 24, Nick would have made excuses why he doesn't have the time to cover this. Yeah. Nick could be like, well, maybe I need to go hang out with him. Tinkle Tits McGee says, why not 5 counts of child endangerment, 1 per kid? I wonder if that is a charging decision, or if that's, maybe there's case law that says you could only, in a family of multiple children. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
I assume the charges are kind of partially holdover for later. It's like we know one and we can always add to it later.
Well,
so
you can, but the way it was explained to me by a Minnesota attorney I talked to, they get charged. Now the next step is that basically it's like a preliminary hearing and pretrial rolled into one. So they're challenging the probable cause. They're also challenging it's a suppression hearing too. So you're already into the pretrial stage in Minnesota. It's a very weird way they do it. I'm surprised.
Yeah, but I mean,
probably
that
are
being
more
the
charges.
case, though, they're still a couple months away from that.
Oh yeah, and he explained to me they can charge him with new things, but he says normally if they're going to do it, they'll do it pretty quick. But there isn't. They don't do indictments or information unless it's like a homicide offense. Typically, he said.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I thought that every state is so weird when it comes to this stuff.
He has little quirks, yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny because like if this was Ohio, you can't be charged with a felony unless you're indicted. So every state's got its weird rules.
The fact they don't even do an information is weird.
Yeah, it is. It is. Troy Kukula, or Kukula, or Kukula, or Kukulka. There, Troy
Kukulka. There you go.
I'm sorry. The whole Sixth Amendment argument is just bad on its face. The lawyer doesn't have the right to see a prisoner. The prisoner has the right to see a lawyer.
Right.
I think that's actually probably the better way to look at it. Yes. If April didn't ask for him, then he could pound sand. Same with Kayla.
And of course, the right to a lawyer only applies if they're asking you questions.
Yes.
That's when Miranda triggers. If they're not asking you questions, then you don't. Then they don't have to provide you a lawyer until you appear in court.
And even if April did ask for him, he is a co-conspirator. He's a co-defendant. So you have issues of, attorney-client privilege never existing. Period. On top of many, many other things. This type of situation, though, what would happen with Nick is something you'd see on an ethics exam. Like, that's how crazy it is, because that's something your ethics teacher would put on there. Ghostball says, can we get a Suffa bond? Suffa. Yes. We can also get a, that's not true. Niall for $2 says, no hard feelings. Just found you via Nate. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. No hard feelings at all. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Welcome. And if you guys are new, every Thursday night at 9:30, we do our weekly live show. Kind of cover what's happened during the week. I know we'll probably touch on some of this Nick stuff again very, very briefly, unless something new explodes. But we've got a bunch of stuff from last week we have to catch up on, plus news stories. So it's a very fun time. We start at 9:30, usually go to about 2.5 hours. I highly recommend it. It's 9:30 Eastern, and that's in that's God's time zone, Eastern time zone. The only one that matters, Eastern time zone.
I feel that. As a long time former resident of the Eastern time zone, I bow to its authority.
Yes. So if you guys want to join us, it's always a fun time. CNET Arbuckle says, Robert Barnes told me I could turn my house into a crack shack, bitch. Yes, he did.
You can.
Yes. You can do it. There's some consequences for that, though.
Yeah.
All I got to do is just say Sixth Amendment, bitch. Monk in Training says, rehab before a court is inadmissible. What actually stops the prosecution? The relevance, because it's no longer what you did at that time, what you've done subsequent. Now, if you make an admission saying, yes, I did it, that's different. But what does going to rehab show? That you had a drug issue? I mean, that's, like I said, there's a public policy issue there too. We want people to seek help. So there's multiple arguments you make there about your Fifth Amendment rights, but I would also make that ultimate issue of you want people to get better, and if you don't do that, you've got problems.
Mm-hmm.
Sigrid Eterna for $20 is saying, thank you very much, by the way. And also, guys, thank you, everybody, for your super chat so far, and for those that we're going to get to. Even if we accept the premises of a bogus conspiracy against Nick, he still looks bad. Yes. Not to mention that I felt like I was sniffing the snow just looking at their mugshots. Yeah. Yep. I don't disagree. Blue Fire says, no more law popes. Just stop putting people on a pedestal. It's not a bad idea. That's a good one to put a pin in. Ag says, are we watching Karen Reed today? No. Karen Reed is only one day this week, guys. We can start watching it tomorrow night and throughout the rest of the week. We need something to carry us over for a while. We're a little busy. I had to fight people on the internet today, Ag. We didn't have time for Karen Reed. M Tower says, cocktails, a woohoo. Yes. Life is like a
hurricane here in Duckburg.
Life is eerie like cocaine here in Duckburg.
Duckburg. Life is amazing.
We might snort some ketamine. Or well, actually, we might snort some ketamine, ba-da-ba, we might go swinging, cocktails, woo-hoo. Yeah.
Let some other man bang my wife.
Cocktails. Eric Grimes says, do you think Nick needs to make a plea deal? I mean, based on this, still no. Till you see all the discovery, no, but I'm betting the discovery is not going to change this. Like, yeah, he's probably going to have to. Unless something drastic changes, yeah, he's going to need to cut a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking
cut a deal like you cut the cocaine, baby.
Yeah. He's gonna have to. He gets an 8-ball of probation. J Rock, no, I'm saying, says, do you think he enjoyed Denny's with that cop? Yeah. The warrant was largely the way you said it would be. Thank you, Iconoclast. I appreciate that. Fair Frozen 55 says, "Here, the fat guy who got screamed at by Nick. I couldn't believe this when it blew up last Thursday. Denied it, but the more I hear, the more I justify stopping my support on Nick when the ISOM shit happened. Keep trucking, Sean." Well, thank you. Julie O says, "FYI, Provigil is not a stimulant. It's what the movie Limitless was about.
Also correct.
For narcolepsy. Nuvigil and Provigil both are."
Yeah, I've taken Provigil, modafinil. I've taken it for sleep apnea. Yeah, it's not a stimulant. It simply blocks the receptors in the brain that help process sleep. It's used by the military for like long haul flights. It's like it's LD50 for overdose is incredibly high. Like the normal dose for it is like 200, 400 milligrams, and like I think you can take like 4,000 milligrams and like still like not die. So it's amazingly like safe as a drug.
Oh, good to know.
However, it didn't quite produce the effects that the movie Limitless dictated. It didn't quite make me all knowing and all memory and everything. It didn't quite do that.
You got to do that on your own. The Chugi Show is saying, if Barnes believes in his innocence, will he offer to represent Pro Hoc Vice? That would be funny. That would be funny. Put your money where your mouth is, Bobby.
Blur says Kurt knows a lot about a super specific thing. As I said, because I've taken it. So I know a lot about it because I've taken it and I've looked into it. So that's why I know about it.
Yes.
Pay attention.
Yes. Ed Morrison Jr. says, "Can we say Nick is blacker than Drex now?" Like I said before, when he told Eric, he's from the meanest streets of Houston. It's like now he got the full cosplay down, 10 out of 10. A bunch of guns, a bunch of drugs. Like Nick was the blackest guy in Spicer, Minnesota. Like he lived up. Grimsbar says grounds. Yes.
Grounds.
Yes. Always important. Am I in the DMs with legal mindset that Nick was spurging in? No, and I'm glad I'm not, because I would have just completely not been appropriate in there in response. So it's actually a good thing I wasn't there. There would not have been a lot of cope from my end of the field. DJ WTP3 is saying, "Didn't feel right super chatting on Quartercast and not showing some love. Thanks for an unbiased take, Sean. You are the man." Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming over here to do that. David O'Neill says, "I have no knowledge of the legal system, but you can't disagree with the other law tubers about Nick's case. Thing sounds dumb." And that's because it is. Isn't the spirit of lawyering to argue and debate the law? One would think so. One would think so.
Or like any attempt whatsoever to try to correctly state the current state of the law would be nice.
Well, yes, that too. Natasha, very good for saying, "Appreciate truth, fellers. Thank you." Well, thank you for super chat. Jose M or Hosem or Josem, I'm not sure, is saying, "No, I'm thinking the most recent time the kids interrupted the Nick streams in the past bedtime was because they went to bed hungry." That's a very real possibility. Very real possibility. Dark Horse Productions is a new member. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Searched for you says, "What's going to happen to Kayla?" The same thing's going to happen to Nick. They're both going to probably get a similar offer.
Yep.
They're similarly situated. There's no reason why one would get a better offer than the other. Unless one of them screws up really bad. But I'm presuming the prosecutors already looked at this. They would get out of fairness, the exact same thing. There's no point in like having them testify against each other because they've already got all the proof they need. They don't need, Kayla to say, "Oh, it's Nick's." I mean, we already know that. And it's also hers too. We already know that. Ted's fake super chat emporium again. I mean, how fake is it if you're sending real super chats? Trying to think. Something to think about. It says, I can't let my two favorite universes are coming together. LawTube and the Dabbleverse. Tune in the Uncle Rico show on the Shuli Network. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's coming. The crossing is coming. J-Rock says, Kurt, did Nick enjoy Denny's with a cop?
No, but I'm pretty sure the cop knew what he ordered. One Nick Rekieta served right up.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, here. What are we? You guys are just chugging along out there.
Maybe I should go out to Denny's and take a photo of me at a Denny's and be like thinking of you, Nick.
See, you said you like Denny's over Cracker Barrel. I'm like, I do not like Cracker Barrel.
I like Cracker Barrel over Denny's. Yeah.
That's
not for you?
No. Cracker Barrel's at the bottom for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the Awful Waffle is always at the top, though.
Oh, yeah.
Fair Frozen says, shit tasting guns, a 45 Springfield 1911. Yeah, but I think when he showed it off the one time, I think it was like a TRP model. So it was like a TRP operator, which it's not bad. It's actually a pretty go fast 1911.
386 P365. That's a good choice for a carry pistol.
Yeah. And a SIG AR-15 and a Remington 870. 2 out of 10 terrible guns.
Remington 870 is a fantastic classic pump shotgun. It might be the most popular pump shotgun ever made.
But they're better AR-15s than SIG. So
yeah, fair enough.
I'll have to break out the chart.
Oh yeah, you have a chart for which ones are best ones?
There's all kinds of Autismo gun charts of which brands are the best.
I would love to see a chart.
Well, there's I will find them. I have them somewhere in my hard drive. There are a lot of them.
All right.
That's a shame. Says good point.
Get Palmetto State Armory, baby.
There's nothing wrong with Palmetto State.
Yeah.
You do deserve money for the sick Barnes burn, though. To be honest, I agree with them. That debate can be had, but whether does vitriol come from? That was bizarre. Yeah. Well, I don't know either. Grimspire says, "Holy shit, Kurt!" I think that was for some of the singing here.
Mm-hmm.
Tinkle Tits McGee says, "Empty casings testing positive for coke equals doing bullets and drug sling. You load the casing and snort it. Yeah, but there's actually like a coke bullet. It's like an actual thing you could do little sniffs out of. That's generally what they're doing. They're not doing the crazy Sierra Leone the RUF thing where you're snorting gunpowder and coke. Like that's an actual thing too.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great idea.
Yeah, I know, but I think they call it doing brown. I think in Africa when you do that. Jefferson C. Post says, "I still liked it being written as snort tube. I imagine it was DSP merch." Oh my gosh, that is good. That would be great. Phil could start selling those. Stephen Cooper gifted 20 memberships. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for the support and the generosity. Let's go. Gunner for 20 more Norwegian krona. Says Nate clarified that it was a neglect, not PA or SA. Yeah. Yeah, and like I said, I think when you read through it, I think it clarifies. I think it was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Squiggles says, "I think April's a Fed hired by Legal Bites."
Wow, that's a deep cut.
Yeah, that's a long. If that's her, that is a long play. That is a long play. That's a deep. That's long. Joking. Thank you guys for covering this.
That's true. Remind me never to mess with Legal Bites. Damn.
Alita goes sees him at the jail, and it's like in Bronx Tale. It's like, remember my face. I did this to you. Make a Bobas for $5 says, "Kurt, heck you for making me feel the feels. I definitely felt the same way you did. I'm still pissed at Viva and Barnes. Something Powell and Wood."
Sidney Powell, Linwood. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was sort of where I broke down on stream a little bit there when I was like sort of realizing, that I kind of never saw what was there. And like, it was an intense moment, but thanks for joining me.
That's part of life.
The clip channels are already like making fun of me, so I look forward to more clip channels, but they can suck my dick.
That's right. That's right out there. You can suck Kurt's dick out there, you fuckers. JB05 is saying anime review when? Anime sucks. Cope and Sneed. Cope and Sneed. Tim Riggs is a new member. Thank you, Tim. And Tim Riggs, again, thank you for the super chat, saying, watch Nick since back when he was mainly on Internet Blood Sports, Killstream, etc. I really stopped watching regularly after the Baldo stuff. He was showing signs even more than a year ago. Hope he wakes up. Like I said, I hope he eventually wakes up too, but like I told you guys, probably not going to happen. And, it's a long, long way to go on all that. But, that waking up involves acknowledging I did a bunch of horrible things, and that's probably not going to happen. That's just, it's just the way it is. Patty Lowe says marijuana makes men gay. Oh, allegedly. Running with Scissors, what's the Baldo stuff? Oh, okay. I guess.
Yes, Sean, what is the Baldo stuff?
Okay, it's like when I had explained this to 2.0. So here's how a Baldo works. It's from what I understand of it, it's got to be it's a sex toy you use when your wiener don't work, because that's the only reason why this would make any sense at all. And this is what the Baldo does. Literally, you stretch it open and you shove your nuts into it, and you turn this thing here substitutes for this thing here. So it's a wiener substitute. And you basically shove your balls into your loved one's, vajayjay. So, and they have extenders if you have long droopy balls. It's just like on a rifle. If you got to adjust the length of pull. Yeah. So that's what Nick was shilling. Yes. All about it. All about it. All about it, chat. So, Winston Smith says, would you take on a client like Nick knowing he won't shut his mouth to say ridiculous things on the internet? Like I said, if the money from his trust account gets sloshed into my trust account,
you got it, baby.
And the price I quote,
money up front, baby. Money up front.
As long as your money's green, I can put up. If you pay me cash, I can put up a lot of bullshit. The more you pay me, the more I'll deal with.
Money, don't you worry, said it. Baby, I got your money.
Yeah. Yes. Ron Coleman is a member. Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the support. Brandon is saying, let's go. Brandon is saying, so you're telling me homeboy ordered 5 cheese pizzas, extra grated cheese, a sausage roll, and a red snapper on the daily, and wouldn't feed the kids. If that's what if that's what they ate every day, yeah, it sounds like it. Well, they ate SpaghettiOs. So, Michael Kenny is saying, "Hey, Sean, just actually looked you up. Didn't realize you were in Cleveland doing the Buckeye State proud." Yes, I am over on the east side of Cleveland, not in East Cleveland, chat. No, I'm in the eastern suburbs of Cleveland.
Western East Cleveland.
I just don't
Eastern West Cleveland.
I'm just not living in the hood. I can walk outside and not get shot. I can walk to my mailbox in bare feet. That's how nice it is. Summit County is better. No, Akron is not a nice place.
I went to law school to Akron.
Yes, Kurt is a Akron zip.
Zip, baby.
Yep. Fear the kangaroo.
And I lived in a total shithole. I went all year. Did I ever tell you that story about how one of my roommates wound up murdering his father that year?
No.
Oh yeah.
Really?
So I lived in this. Oh yeah, no. I lived in this absolute total shithole near the campus. It was right on the interchange for like a state highway, and it was like a 3-story house, and the house couldn't have cost more than like $30,000. I mean, it was absolute total shithole. And so I'd walk to and from campus every day. And then one day the police come knock on my door. Please wake up. It's like, what? It's like, we're here to talk about your roommate. Okay. So they wake me up and they ask me questions like, okay, where were you on Monday. This is 2 days ago, and I'm like, I don't know. It's like, where were you yesterday? I'm like, I think I was watching TV yesterday as I was studying. Anyways, long story short, here's what happened. So this guy was not a law student. He was the non-law student living in the house. There was me, 2 other 1Ls, and a 3L in the top floor. What it turned out happened is, at least allegedly, what happened was the non-law student went to the 3L and said, hey, my father has money for me in a trust account, but he won't give me the money.
Yes.
And so how can I get the money? And so apparently the result of that discussion was the 3Ls at one point said, well, if your father dies, you'd get the money. And so
he shortcutted it.
So then apparently he took his father out camping in their own backyard and bludgeoned him to death with a hammer. And the police were there looking for the hammer.
Yeah.
And they arrested him for check fraud because he had forged a check as part of the money making thing as they investigated the murder. And that was my 1L year. Good times.
So the reason it's called a Slayer statute, chat. If you kill someone, you don't get to take if you kill them and you're in a will or a trust. You were considered dead for that purpose, and they skip you. Now, the neat part about that is, let's say you're like O.J. Simpson, you get found not guilty. You could still be found to be the slayer in a civil setting in a probate court, and you could still be frozen out of a trust or a will. So, yeah, we don't encourage that because that encourages people to murder each other. Did you end up having to testify at all or anything, Kurt?
No.
Oh. That's interesting. We'll have to look. Do you remember his name?
I honestly don't.
Oh, too bad. We could look him up. He's still probably in prison.
Mm.
MF Coombe for £5 sterling says surely the prosecutor could demonstrate the total collapse of his channel revenue, as well as legal difficulties and motivation to start distribution. When you're talking about distribution, you're going to show, like, we did controlled buys. Other people have bought from him. You don't show the hypothetical like he's broke, so he must be selling. You're going to have documented controlled buys to do that. Or you'll do a sting. You have to show its certainty. You can't just, that's speculative. And, just like we watch a trial, speculation is not allowed.
It is possible that the government has other evidence other than what was included in the affidavit that they held back.
Yeah, but they wouldn't. It would be in the inventory.
No. I mean, evidence preceding the search. Like if they had done some sort of controlled.
Oh
yeah, if they did if they did a control buy, maybe they don't include that detail in the application.
Maybe
or something,
Yeah, like I said though, I think Nick would be the worst drug dealer in the world. It's like I don't think he can stop you physically from taking things. Ladybug Lisa says, do you think Nick is just maintaining his persona when he says so many are buying the government narrative? Might be wishful thinking on my part. He's got nothing else to lean on, so he's throwing shit against the wall. Whoa, you guys believe the government now. It's like, who am I supposed to believe, Nick? I gotta believe one of the sides in this. Don't
it seems
talk. I don't want you to
It seems
talk,
superficially credible.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Don't trust the government. Cool. Okay. Well, why should I trust you right now? How much of are you going to tell me it's all fake? Because I know that's bullshit. How much of it's true? What's not true? What aren't we getting? What have we misunderstood? And then it's just crickets on the other end. Blaze URT says Pulp Fiction says you cannot snort heroin. Well, if you snort a bunch of it thinking it's coke, that's the problem. Then Sikalo there for, I think that's 10 Singaporean dollars.
I haven't seen that one before, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that's Singapore. Yeah, it is. I've seen them around before. Is it still possible for charges to be levied against April and Aaron? No, it's always possible. The statute of limitations, I mean, for misdemeanors is generally like a year or 2 years for a lot of places. And for a felony, it's probably a couple years longer. So theoretically, yes, but it sounds like Aaron, I don't know if Aaron's got immunity or they've just made it clear they aren't going to charge him. And it sounds like April might be assisting the state. So the Imholts really aren't the focus of who they're after. They could, though. It just depends. It really depends on what they've agreed to. Tickletus McGee says, PSA, it's easier for law enforcement to get access to your devices using Face ID and biometrics than just a numeric PIN. Don't use biometrics. Very true. 100%. Because if you have a face unlock, guess what they can do? They can just hold it in front of your face. Or they can take your thumb and make you touch it. That's not the same as a password.
Because the difference is it's not considered testimonial because it's not contents of the mind. The Fifth Amendment only protects testimony, which is contents of the mind. So your fingerprint and face is not testimony. It's the classic difference is the difference between a combination lock and a key-based lock. This is where these distinctions came from.
And as we progressed, we ended up going to passwords and phone numbers. Monka Training says, what's my view on the war on drugs in general? The war on drugs in general has led to the militarization of the police state. It's increased the prison industrial complex. It's caused a lot of problems. Does that mean drugs should be legalized to the, should we go full, Portugal on it? No, that's not a good idea. Do I think weed should be legalized? Yes, because that is, killing marijuana off will really change how things are done. It will be a big, big change. Cops can't any longer say, well, I smelled pot in the car. That's the number one use of probable cause and exigent circumstances for fucking 60 years at this point now. So,
as I'm sure you well know, the Biden administration is about to change its regulation. They just published the final rule last week. So it's coming. It's going to be Schedule 3, which is a huge change.
It changes a lot of things. Be nice if they delisted it, but it's a start.
You got to take anything you can get and fight for the rest another day, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree. The fact they've gotten that far is impressive. God, my tie keeps flopping on. I look like one of those ladies in the 80s with the big poofy ties. Stephen Cooper says, remember the Pot Brothers of Law rule. Yes, shut the fuck up. And when you're done shutting the fuck up, tell them you want a lawyer. And then shut the fuck up again.
That's right. I want a lawyer. I want to remain silent.
Yes.
That's all you got to say. Just say that. And if you need to say something else, just say it again.
Blue Varo says the best thing is to plea out to misdemeanors and get treatment. Well,
if you
that's
can plead this all the way down to a misdemeanor, that'd be awesome.
There's no guarantee he'll get misdemeanors, though.
No.
That would be the best thing, but that's not guaranteed. I mean, they might make them, depending on how they do a diversion program up there. A lot of states do it where you plea out to a felony charge, and they withhold finding guilt. But you pled guilty, you go through treatment, and if you complete it, since you haven't been convicted, they can dismiss it, and it's all good. Or if you fuck up, you've already pled guilty, and they literally, because they've hit pause, just hit play, and then proceed to, well, you pled guilty, I find you guilty, bam, and they go from there. So, yes.
What you drinking, Sean?
What's that?
What you drinking?
Just a little bit of pop. And actually, this is water now, so nothing special. Nothing special. This is for the Afro Man remix. Well, thank you, Natasha. We'll work on that. I'll work on that with some people. The Big Red Snake says, can we talk about how dirty all their sex toys must be? Yeah. The stench alone must be epic. The 16-year-old knew. Ron was definitely cleaning the toys, right? Well, we don't know. I don't know. I mean, but Aaron admits he was being a Janny. But yes, I can only imagine how bad that house smelled.
Get some alcoholic wipes or something, man. Damn.
You're gonna need a lot more than that. I bet that room glows. like Chernobyl graphite.
There is no graphite on the ground.
Yes, it's just concrete. Tim Tam says Nick went past libertarian to full-on libertine. Yes, he did, sadly. It was all gas, no brakes. If my internet friends keep fighting, I'm just gonna have to go back to hang out with my real attractive real life friends. Well, yeah. Yeah, I know if your internet friends keep fighting, you'll have to go get real friends again. The horror of it, interacting with people. Tinkle Tits McGee says Nick's nose be like, yep, on the ski slopes. Mount Rekieta. Season's over for the year, though, guys. Due to unforeseen circumstances.
Well, we hope.
I hope so. Yeah, I don't know. I hope they aren't. Hope they don't have summer hours.
You think he posted bond?
And the funny thing is, I know Nick would laugh at that joke. I'm hoping he's laughing at that joke. And if he doesn't, I don't care. I think that's funny. What'd you say, Kurt?
I say, do you think he posted unconditional bond and is doing cocaine as we speak?
I mean, if he could get away with it, probably. I don't know.
Going into the bookcase and pulling the bookcase from the shelf to reveal the hidden compartment.
Well, I mean, 50 G's is a lot, man. I mean, that's stacks on deck territory, and I you're stuck in the jail, so I don't know how you're going to get your stacks on deck into the field and help. So I don't know if he's got 50 G's laying around. That's a lot of cash.
The man earned a lot of money.
Yeah, I know, but I'm assuming a lot of that money has evaporated up his nose at this point.
Fair point.
And then there was like the Mustang and all the, who knows where that money is, but 50 G's is a lot of money. Or he could probably float 5 G's to a bondsman. Maybe he can get away with that.
Yeah.
Although that guy's going to make sure he's well,
how much is 26 grams of coke worth? Because, I mean, I'm just thinking how much money he's rolling at one time. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, and the thing is, he's also in a rural environment. I mean, he's probably going in town. I bet. I can only imagine. I mean, I don't know how much they charge him, but I bet they charge him more because he probably doesn't know any better. Yeah, I mean, like I was thinking like about $2 to $3 grand, but who knows?
I'm like how I'm getting different prices. I'm about to buy from one and sell the other. And
there's a lot of regional difference there too. Depends where you're going. I mean, with the $2 to $3 grand makes sense for the snacks. Like, yes, $3 grand worth of snacks.
I like snacks.
Yeah, well, there was some snacks there.
Scooby snacks, even.
Lord Child, that was a lot. Okay. Did you say Ted is saying? Did you say April is a coke conspirator? Well, she is that too. Monk at Training says, "Is it me or is Barnes too conspiratorial?" Hey, he's a little bit. Darkwing cuck. Oh my God, that's a good one. I don't even remember the words to that one, but oh, Darkwing cuck, yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Twinkle Tits, Tinkle Tits. I wish I could. Normally, I could sing it if I know the lyrics. I could throw something in, but I'm sorry. Eris is saying, Legacy. If Nick's the Pope, Sean is the Inquisitor. I wouldn't mind being an Inquisitor, but I'm still okay with being a Cardinal. The Cardinals hold the true power. If you watch the young Pope, they're in charge. He cute. Aw, thank you. They're saying, thank you for the great coverage and casino appearance, Bish. Are you privy to the same group DM? No. I mean, I would have, but there had just been a lot of I wouldn't have been respectable in there, so it's a good thing I wasn't in there. Night Goblin King Shig says, let's all take a moment to apologize to our boy
I've
Daryl
seen
Brooks.
this Twitter. Someone posted to me rubbing some sort of cream on my thigh or something. I don't know what that's
did
from.
you see Mr. Medicare? It's like, I have questions now.
Yeah, I don't know what that cream. I don't know what that's from.
That's when
I
you were
don't even know
doing
what
one
they-
of your streams when you were doing cooking.
What is
You were
that?
putting icy hot on or something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny. That's a funny clip.
I know, but when Jim put that on last night, Jim's like, I have a lot of questions. And I'm like, oh no. Oh no.
That's funny.
Yes, it turns out Daryl Brooks was at a soft sit loony. He was watching Viva and Barnes for his legal strategy. Excalibur says, Your Honor, I'm not guilty. Robert Barnes told me I have the freedom to do coke, bitch.
I'm not
Judge
sure what
got to
cream it
say,
is. I can't see the label.
Compelling argument, sir. You are free to go. Ladybug Lisa says, what would you expect to see in Discovery? I'm sure there's going to be probably some interviews of some of these people. I assume that they went and talked to them to verify things. I wonder if I have a feeling if this place did this much work, there's probably some reconnaissance that was done. I don't know how much. And like Kurt said, they could have tried to get somebody to buy drugs, but I have the feeling that they realize this is just personal use. Because word on the street gets out like where you're buying drugs from, how you're buying drugs. I also would argue there's probably some interviews with the children, especially the older ones. Children's Services interviewed them, and there's probably some information gleaned off there. You'll also get the actual lab testing of these drugs, so we know it's actually cocaine. And we'll also get the lab weight. The rough weight they have right now might be based on the scales, but the scales weren't like these are going to be on lab tested equipment that's certified. It's zeroed, everything's set. You run the cocaine through a gas spectrometer. There's going to be, we'll find out how, I don't think in Minnesota it matters. In some states, I know for a while, the actual weight of the cocaine versus the filler is an issue. We had that issue in Ohio for a while, and that was blowing up cocaine convictions. And then the state changed it and said it's a mixture now. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that happened in this. Oh, there was one of the Court of Appeals in Ohio. Some guy got lucky, and the court's like, "You're right. It just says cocaine, so it's only like 2 grams. Have a good one, boss." And the guy walked out with instead of 25 years in prison, only 2, and he had already basically served it. The state legislator melted down and was like, "Oh no!" And they hustled it through in 6 months to fix it.
I bet they did.
Yes. Gunnar for another 20 Norwegian krona says Drex will play Nick in the Netflix special. Then who plays Drex? Because otherwise Drex could play Drex, and it's like Generation Kill where Rudy plays himself. Carbonite says, has Nick called you from the shower? Nope. He's got to get that hot water heater in there first, like I suggested way back when. Baby Cakes 420 says Barnes local tonight, blah blah blah, or how Viva and I are targets of Latu libel as they grift. They're the targets of libel. The fuck was he calling me then? How's that not libel? Monk and Trini says the SIG MCX is basically the new U.S. Army rifle. I know, and I'm not a fan of it. I mean, it's cool, but I'm not a big fan. I just don't trust SIG.
Any particular reason why?
I mean, they had a lot. Well, I mean, I handled a lot of their pistols when they had really shitty quality control, going on back through the 2000s. And also, I don't. Well, if it just doesn't sit well with me. I guess I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of it. I just kind of like the general AR layout. So I'm a bit of a FUD when it's I want to return to tradition. A2 M16s only. So that's why. God of Plague is saying it all started with a lawsuit. Now Dick must wear Sonichu. He says he wants it. You know what? I'm all for finding out how fucking powerful Sonichu is. I want to find out. I want to find out. Let's find out. And Stop Moss B is saying, can you explain the Denny's cop joke? No, I can't. And I'm not joking. I think I mentioned this on Locals one time. I mowed the yard in front of my house. I spent like an hour and a half thinking about it. And I'm like, I still don't get it. And I just wanted to make sure I wasn't stupid and didn't get the joke. Like it was some, like when you read the New Yorker and it's some cerebral, like the cartoons are very cerebral. Like, nope, I still don't get it. And I don't think you got it either, Kurt. That's okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Runts Rants on the Soapbox says, isn't all case law based on long, deep roots back to the Constitution? Barnes views cases from 10,000 feet high, while district courts and appellate court decisions are down at the ground level. Love you guys. Yes, but there's enough case law out there you can do general. Like a lot of times you could do a 10,000 foot view and have a basic idea of what you're looking at. That's kind of like what we could do here. We know enough about basic case law with particularity and all this that we could say, yeah, this looks like a really good warrant overall. So Barnes isn't even doing that. He's just going like this. Oh, it's all bad. It's all bad. I can see it. It's like, what are you looking at? That's Barnes' issue. Tinkle Tits McGee says, my interpretation of the Coke positive casings was they had casings, put powdered Coke in them, and insulfated it. Snort. I understand, but I generally, when if you ask most of the people I deal with, like, what's a bullet of Coke? And they're like, it's a little canister of Coke. It's like a bullet. But, that could be right ultimately. But when Aaron talks about the bullet like he found on his couch next to his kid, it was the little vial. So that's why I'm thinking it's probably what they're talking about. The Ghost of Speedy says, wrong. Biden set this man up. Nick was too close to Trump. Not sure why you're believing a government narrative. Nick will have the last laugh. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I hope it's all a conspiracy. I know you're joking, but yes, it's all a conspiracy. Joe Biden's like, if I can't have Hunter, you can't have Dick. It's like he's making America choose. Fair Frozen is saying, if your money is green and up front, I'll do it. Sounds like a good slogan for legal practice. Yeah, it pretty much.
Let me sign off.
Yeah. Are you heading out, Kurt?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, man.
All right, man. Thanks for letting me drop by for a while.
Yeah, take care. Good to see you and good to see you around. And yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be more. This isn't the last of this.
Probably
isn't
not,
the last
no.
of this.
Probably not.
So.
Till manana, my friends. Good night.
All right. On civil law, guys, give them a look if you haven't seen them. Do you have any Supreme Court stuff coming?
Oh man, it's that time of year though. It's coming up pretty fast because we're in the last month of the year, so there's going to be some heavy stop dropping pretty soon. So this next month's going to be Supreme Court intense stuff. There's the Chevron case is coming down. It's a big one. And there's some others, and of course Trump's decisions coming down. So there's a whole bunch of other stuff too. So
Yep. So we'll see you around, Kurt. Take care, man.
All right, bye-bye for now.
Yep. Oh, guys, that's good. Yes. Kurt's always good to have around. Glad to have him here. Yeah, that would be fun, although that's gonna it sounds good, but you gotta say, like, well, I'll fight or I'll kick the government's ass. That usually gets more people in there. Because otherwise you look like a shyster lawyer. Kayla Newell is saying, as I was writing something about the kiddos, the ball thing showed up. Was that my initiation? Yes. Welcome to the world. You now understand the lore a little bit. So, yes, consider yourself lucky. P.A. Grunt says, my ex that took me to the cleaners for 15 years decided 48 years old was a good time to start meth. As much as I hated her, I don't like seeing her burn in like this. Same thing with Nick. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't like watching him I didn't like watching him auger in like this, but he's his own person. He's a grown-ass man. Ghost of Speedy says Nick will have the last laugh. You still have time to retract your statements and be real friends. You believe government narratives? Nick was set up. Like I said, if Joe Biden's like, it's like Mr. Burns, like, with hell's heart, I stab at thee, and says, arrest Nick. Yes. Terry Selesky saying, God, I hope I got that right. It's saying, when Nick had been drug tested on arrest and will let toxicology be made public. Typically, no, they don't, or they wouldn't do that unless they did on suspicion of DUI, but that's not mentioned. So I doubt it. Otherwise, testing him, they don't do that because that's not the possession or proof of being on drugs, because that doesn't necessarily mean you did them here or you did any of the stuff here. Black Spectacled Toad, do you think he actually believes in a conspiracy? I don't know. That's the problem. When people say crazy stuff, you don't know if they believe it or they're just being crazy. That's the problem. The Big Red Snake is saying the conspiracy was that it was a straight relationship. Aaron and Nick fell out and were watching their lovers quarrel. That could be. That could be. Biden knew that hurt the LGBT movement, and he had the locals plant evidence. on the eve of Pride Month. That's the thing. Biden's like, we can't have him ruin Pride Month. No. We need less Baldos. Now that's a conspiracy I can believe in. The gay agenda. Oh, makes you wonder, though, who took the Baldo and then who cleaned up the Baldo. That's something to think about. Something to think about, chat. Tickle Tits McGee. Wow, you guys are just going and going. This rate, I'm going to be like going till like I have to take a nap. But Tickle Tits McGee says Nick is lucky there wasn't fentanyl in his shit. Oh yeah, I know. I brought that up to Aaron. I asked him about that, and Aaron's like, I don't know. He's like, Nick said it was all good, and I'm like, whoa. That's a good way to get, like, yeah, you're snorting a bag of Coke, and it's like you get the little chunk of fentanyl in there. Like, oh boy. Yeah, that's although to be fair, it's very likely Nick and Aaron and all those guys did a shitload of meth, because that's a very common way to cut Coke. But nowadays, everything is fentanyl. And, like these ketamine pills he was getting. You're lucky those weren't fentanyl, because that's basically everything now. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. These guys aren't dead. Although it makes you wonder that one night where Nick's like, oh, we had to make sure somebody's okay. It's like, did someone have an OD? Because that's kind of what it sounds like to me. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Dr. Dankinson says, stand up. I am not going to. I'm happy sitting down. Aaron cleaned the Baldo. Yeah. Get a Coke kit. Yeah, you got to trust those, but how good are those? You got to be careful, like how you're willing to trust your life to that. Did we cover Karen Reed today? No. We did not have time, given all this. And I also ended up working a lot later than I did. So what I'm going to do is tomorrow, we're going to watch it. We're going to start watching it. We'll get as far as we can tomorrow. Probably around 6 o'clock, because I'm going on with Sitch and Adam at 4 p.m. because they have a bunch of questions. Yes. Nick is following the path of St. Floyd of fentanyl. Yeah, he was. It was dangerous, man. I mean, especially like if you're drunk and high all the time, making sure you do your chemistry right and test it right. Yeah. Drayden says, how cheap is fent that it's in fucking everything? It's super fucking cheap. It's literally just chemicals, and you can make them anywhere all the time. Fentanyl is super cheap. And Kara says, it's crazy you can get meth and coke are the safe drugs. Yeah. Fent maxing. Yeah. And Enormous says you can get testing kits online. Yes, you can. You got to make sure you get a good testing kit. And then you have to be intelligent enough to use it. If you're drunk and high all the time, are you sure you're going to be able to test it right? I don't know. And if I was hanging out with somebody who was drunk and high all the time, I'd be worried about taking the big sleep if he didn't do it right. So just, yeah. I have no pants on. That's why I won't stand up. Well, I'm not, that's for locals. That's for locals. The kids are aces in science, guys. Yeah. I know, as Nick said, his one kid is like figured out how to convert Fahrenheit and Celsius just by thinking about it. It's like, and then the whole bus clapped. Kiwi farming is a demanding task. You can't just drop everything. What lolcow reporting needs to happen? Yes. Yes. The corn must be harvested. Clyde keeps me safe from stealing cats. Yes, he does. The same crooked cops that set up Karen Reed set up Nick. And Darcy says, yes, there's no more Karen Reed for the rest of the week. So we have like 8 hours of testimony to stretch out over the next couple of days. So we'll make it work, Chad. I promise. We'll make it work. Cringe says, how do I synthesize fentanyl? You can actually look it up. It's not like they do it in China and you could do it in Mexico. It's not hard. It's really not hard. Oh, Aaron went on Alex Stein? Wow. Well, yeah, because Vic kind of just cut ties and Vic just popped smoke and ejected. He's like, I'm out. That was interesting. So Kayla said nobody ever cleaned her Baldo like Aaron. Smug She says ordering the precursors is hard. Well, that's where if you're creative, it's not hard. You just gotta be ingenuitive. Yes. The kid's homeschooling. Can you say fentanyl? This is Narcan, chat. Can you say Narcan? And Sleazy says, with all this law tube fighting, has the Baldo Wars begun? I think so. I think Noel appropriately did this. The Baldo versus collapsing, and we are at the event horizon. But as the battle rages, some of us may fall, but heroes may rise. Skeeve Man for 10 pounds. Thank you. Being from Scotland, I know the spoon and lighter method. If Nick was doing that, then he's gonna fall hard, very hard. I don't think Nick was freebasing crack. Nick was just snorting it. I don't think he was smoking at all. We didn't know there was nothing noticed to burn. There weren't like crack tubes or chore boy or anything like that. And he wasn't freebasing. That's dangerous as hell. Nick would fuck up freebasing like Richard Pryor did. Don't freebase coke. Never a good idea, chat. Rob Ford is a new member. Thank you, Rob. Stephen Cooper says probably picking up snow and MSP. Yeah. Stop Moss B says, can one of you explain the cop at Denny's joke? So Nick had this. Oh my gosh. Oh, you want us to explain it? I'm sorry. So Nick had this joke saying, like, apparently if you go to Denny's with a cop, they don't know what they're ordering, and apparently that's supposed to be funny. I mean, oh God. Chat, give me a super chat and I won't show it. But if you don't in the next 2 seconds, I'm gonna do reverse DSP. Send me in a $20 super chat or I won't show it. Okay? You send me in a $20 super chat right now, I won't show it. I'm gonna reverse DSP this. You've got 20 seconds to comply. 19, 18, 17, 16. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. I could just leave. Yes, you can. Don't leave. 6, 5, 4. There's a 10-second lag. No fair. Okay, fine. 3. Scorpio saved us. Okay. Thank you, Scorpio. Count normal. I did count normal. So, okay. So the joke was, have you ever been to a Denny's before with a cop? And the idea with the joke was that, well, they don't know what they're ordering. And that was the joke. They don't know what they're ordering. It wasn't like the hot cops can't read, they're stupid, and college dropouts. No. It was just cops go to Denny's and they don't know what they order. Yeah, Kurt was it happened, and it was too close. Yeah. That's literally the joke. That's literally the joke. I'm not messing with you right now. Stop Moss. That's the entire joke. If you Google the Denny's joke on Alyssa's channel, you could find it. You think I'm leaving everything out of it. No, that's literally the joke. You're going to think, oh my God, that's an awful fucking joke. And it's like, you would be correct. It is. But that was the joke. That was the joke. I mean, I'm not lying. That's the joke. It's worse than the McBain. It's worse than McBain. Let's get silly. Unhung Hero says, imagine being the Baldo company. See your product name trending on Twitter because of this. Is it time to file for bankruptcy? Hey, you know, all press is good press. Tickletit says he could be high as a kite right now and the drug test wouldn't be applicable because it takes at least a week for most drugs. Depending, not the coke metabolizes through your system real quick, so no, that'd be pretty fast showing up in a system. But it also would burn off in a system very quick. Also, meth would too, typically. Although, remember, sometimes given how sickly look Nix is, he could have damaged his metabolism and like it might linger in his system a little while. Walter says, Walter Deadman, out of all three of them, who's fleeing to Mexico? Oh, that'd be great. Nick and Ralph could go to Merida and do the kill stream. Nick can give Ralph his share of tortoise. 47 Ronin Gaming says, answer the question, Sean. Who snorted the coke, Sean? Who did it, Sean? Yes. Kia Patrick says, thoughts on Fabrique Nationale du Herstal? I mean, like, the modern stuff, like, with fish guns and the scar, like, are we talking about, like, the FN FAL, the FNC, the high power? Muy bueno. Muy bien. Très bien, I should say, because you're in Belgium. But I don't speak Wallonian, so I can't help you there. But I would love to have a FAL, especially like a G series FAL. That's a FAL where it's cut for full auto, and they're allowed in the country. But just a regular FAL too, painted up roadie style. Yes. Malcolm says, Your Honor, I only had that coke so I could have the biggest stash in town. It was a vanity project. That'd be great. Scarebro says, thoughts on Nick's ego and smug dissembling of everything people sussed out. The trust fund. Do I have a trust fund? That's weird. Swinging weird. And how that's all crashed, but he continues, people tell their stories. I mean, like I said, guys, cope is a powerful thing. If you think if you think everybody's believing it, I'm gonna keep doing it. Thal is saying Nick's Rumble channel's gone. What? No way. Hold on here. Rumble.com. REK. Not ETA. Law. No, it's still there. I see it. It's still here. I was like, wow, we're memory holing shit now, folks. But yeah, no, it's all here. So, gosh. So I was like, wow, we're getting really like breaking news. Tickle Tips McGee says you can't test for fentanyl. It just takes 1 grain you didn't test and you're dead. Don't trust the test strips. Assume everything is sus. Well, if there's a little bit of fent, hopefully you've built up some tolerance for it. Decog says, Nick gave you everything. I can't believe you're stabbing you in the back like this. How much did Dosh pay you to not put on the Baldo? It's like Kingdom of Heaven when he asked Salahuddin, what's the cost of Jerusalem? What's it worth? Nothing. And everything. Scorpio for $20 stepping in. Thank you for saving us that punishment. Arball716 says, I can't judge Nick too harshly. I watched my alcoholism destroy my marriage, health, and gain 80 pounds. Never was the booze's fault. I just need a drink to feel better. 280 days sober. Congratulations. I truly mean that. Congratulations. That's not, every day, but congratulations, man. Congratulations on your sobriety. Ran a marathon expecting a child. Congratulations there too. That's rack those W's. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Here's to 280 months of sobriety. Cheers to you. Cheers. And this is non-alcoholic either, so congratulations. The last bit of my drinks, so I'm all in trouble now because 2.0 can't hear me. Janet Morgan says Brandon Romero might actually win tonight. Yes, fingers crossed, guys. Let's get the AK-50 into Congress. We can get some congressional funding for it. That'd be great. And I hope Brandon wins. Brandon's a good guy. I want to see him win. We need some shit posting in Congress. Katie says, keep super chatting so we can go. Yes. Can we hit the goal, chat? All night goal. Extendo. Triplex. Praise the goal. Sharmuda saying the Sanichu medallion has chosen Baldo Barnes. No, it's got to go to Dick first. We can just send a Baldo to Barnes. Read the same super chat 9 times. Yes. Can we hit it? Okay, here. Let's see. What else are you guys talking about here? Sorry, trying to bounce between you guys. I didn't want to leave the super chats going. Rick Ascuna says, keep coping, not doping. Yes. Oh, thank you.
You want to give me that now?
Yeah, sure. I'll take care of this later.
Do you want me to make you iced tea?
I'm good. I'll take care of that. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Mm-hmm. Let's go, Brandon. Yes. Read the same super chat 9 times. Brandon better not lose to that cuck. Well, remember, you're dealing with boomers out there. Boomers may do it. Yes. God bless the goal. It's the double extend will go. Oh my God, the Chantal. Oh no. The Chantal Baldo crossover. What the fuck? Oh. No. I don't want that one. No, chat. We went too far. No, chat. Get back in the time machine. No, we went to the wrong universe, chat. That's not good. No. Like, if that really happened, I grab a gun. I tell Josh, I'm like, Josh, we got to go back. I don't care if we have to stop 9/11. We got to go back. It's too much. Did I get some powdered donuts? I mean, powdered donuts in water form, but yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's, a little bit of water. Was that my piss jug? No, not yet. I'm Junie, junkie shaming. Yes. Cope, not dope. Smug Sheep says, your wife sounds lovely. She's not my wife yet. She's the future Mrs. Martin 2.0. But buy her flowers and tell her how much she means to you. Oh, I will say she is an amazing woman, and I am very fortunate to have her in my life. I am so thrilled. And if you're out there, Mon Cherie, listening, I love you so very much. Mwah. James Reed says, earned a sub. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Great successes. What happened? Nothing happened. Actually, it's been a pretty boring day. What does this mug say? I guess I'll shill for it. It says, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. And that's what I say when I sign off frequently. And it's got me, potentially criminal, on there. And you can find this at, oh God, is it down below? Hold on. Is it down below in the link? Down below in the description. Oh, tell me it's there. Tell me it's there. Yes, the merch at Teespring. I know some of you are like, oh my God, Teespring's cringe. Yes, but that's what we got right now. So, and actually, if you guys are interested, I'll show you the merch store real quick. We got some stuff. We got some stuff here. If you're following the Kieran Reed trial, you can get your Canton Police Evidence Collection kits, which are literally just cups, because that's what they do in Massachusetts. If you guys followed us along for the the expert bondage master trial we were following, where the guy wrote to the state of Florida and wrote to the judge a 146-page manifesto, handwritten, why he should get the death penalty. Because he didn't kill the guys. He supervised the death of the men. Because he was an experienced bondage master. And that's literally his handwriting. The defendant, an experienced bondage master. Yes, he really did do that. Then if you guys saw Clyde earlier, you guys can get something with Clyde's face on it, because he's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. If you get him, I can get more things from him. And then this one here. As Mr. Medeker says, I'm the fat guy Nick Rekieta yelled at. Yes, I am. Yes. And then also this one here, nobody talks, everybody walks. That's always a very true thing. Shut your mouth and everybody walks. So you can find all those there. Buy a mug for your mug. Yes, chat. Buy a Baldo for your Baldo. Queen B says, when Aaron listened to the Denny's joke and made a comment saying, don't make me call the cops again, was that admitting to calling cops or mean just being a second call in general? I think Aaron has spoken to the constabulary. I'm sure they've reached out to him too about things. I'm sure that's happened. Nick's Chatterbait page is still up. Yes. Vero Sauce says, but I could just print the mug myself. Yes. Yes, Zaven. Yes, titty fucking the butt cheeks. They would not let me put that on a coffee cup. And that was said in the trial, the guy's sentencing, that the co-defendant was titty fucking the guy's butt cheeks. Yes, I have the PPP lawyer skin. Yes, he's the Baldo de Coombs Sailor Moon. Well, I thought it was Sailor Goon is what he was doing. I couldn't tell. Janet Morgan says, I wish Herrera 1 million votes. Let's see if there's any updates. Yeah, the primary, let's see here. Oh, let's see what the New York Times says. I'll use them. Well, that's got to be. They got the pretty good at keeping track of shit. Here we go. Let's see what they say. Ooh. Okay. Right now it looks like it's. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen, chat. Just by looking at the numbers. 65% of the votes in. 65% of votes counted. There is a 1,300 total. Tony Gonzalez, the incumbent, versus Herrera, the AK guy. So yeah, that's a lot of percent to catch up. The total reported is only 20,000. And if you guys are wondering, this is a not heavily populated area of Texas. Like, look how, yeah. So Brandon's won a lot of rural spots, and yeah, looks like Tony Gonzalez is getting to where it matters though. So I have a feeling Brandon's not going to win. Still wish him good luck, and I think he did a great job, and I love all the stuff he does. Maybe one day he'll come on the show. Maybe one day he will. Epic Fantasy for $20 redos is saying, we are all powerless against our own addictions. Please ask for help. Yep. AANA, church friends, family. You'll be surprised and relieved at the love and help you will get. Please seek help. Yes. People will want to help you. Your friends, your family, whatever it is you're going through out there. People want to help you. They don't want to see you struggle. They want to see you succeed. Scarebro says, Sean, isn't she supposed to sit quietly in the corner until you're too strung out to turn down a sloppy toppy? No. She would throw something at me before it got to that point. Spud Gun for £5 saying, according to 2020 prices, 26.6 grams of Coke would be about $3,300 worth now. So, okay. Well, thank you. And Tickle Tis McGee says, fisters before misters. Oh. Bernie Garcon is saying, hi from Alaska currently, Sean. Well, hello. Baldo Man is the gift that keeps on giving this year. Total Baldo male denial. Yes, we are. Yes, we are not at total Baldo death. We are total Baldo ruination. Denial in his appeal, and then he gets himself, our wife, and the hot wife arrested. 5-star days for Nick Rekieta. Imholte. You're hyphenating now, yes. 5-star days, chat. Jay Wolfenstein says, yes, but do you sell trifolds? No. Sorry. I could tell you something you could try to fold it. Dad joke. Bob Dobbs says, if you could punch Dax, Vito, or Nick, who would you punch in Minecraft? Vito. I mean, unless I have the option of dragging one of them behind a truck in Minecraft, then I'll do that to Vito, and then I don't know. That's a tempting one. I'll have to figure out how. I have to flip a coin. Earl Wirtz, that's the only correct answer. Yes. Oh. Tell me you don't all agree. I know, that's the thing. You all agree, chat. You all do. Ray Pest says it's been wonderful listening to coverage of Baldo King instead of being verbally assaulted by the atrocious masshole accent of the Reed trial. Yeah, that we'll come back to that. Johnny Walker Dread, what's up, brother? It's good to see you. It's been a while. Says, so when does Sean step into the madness of expected law tubers? I will never step into the madness. I will persevere is the goal. So that's the goal. Yes, yeah, I know. Vito's not here, surprisingly. I'm not gonna lie. If I saw Vito again, I'd ban him and be like, oops, sorry, Vito. I thought you were an Afghan wedding party. Sorry. Drone strike happens. BS says, here's a defense of Nick you cannot deny. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. And that's very true. Just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Except sometimes it does. Sometimes you are guilty. So sometimes it doesn't help. Sometimes you are screwed. Hold on, chat. Samantha Hines, if you're out there, I will fix that problem, please. Just let me work on it. Some of you guys at Discord are fucking hilarious. Just saying. Holy shit. Oh, Scarebro, no. Much love to you. I appreciate that. No, you guys have not offended me. Nobody on here has done anything wrong. So I don't know why people are worried about offending. Yes, Scott E says, if you enjoyed the stream, hit like. Yes, fuck with the algorithm because they want to know why people are liking me. Who is Vito? Vito's a pedophile. Like, literally, a real pedophile. Like, literally. He considers himself a non-offending pedophile, which means it's just a matter of time. So, like, literally, I'm not joking. He literally admits that. Sleazy says, I see you. Yes, I see you too. Johan Naxos is saying, when Nick goes to trial and gets felted, will he build Fort Baldo and screen grounds from behind it? Unfettered. I don't know what he would build. I don't know what building he would build up. Yeah, he'd build Fort Rekieta. The Rekieta Wall. Actually, he might just stack them all up and build the Great Rekieta Monolith. I don't know. I don't know what it would be. Could you play the clip of Ethan Rouse saying legal mindset in a mocking tone? No, because it hurts my ears. Should you send a Sanicho backpack to me? I will. If you do that, I will send you something that ticks, J-Rock. Big Zane says, when it comes to Vito, no further info is needed. Yes. Katie says, oh God, now Vito's going to shoot Sean. No, he's admitted he said he's a non-offending pedophile. And he has literally tons of Twitter posts where he says he wants to fuck kids. So, yeah. He says it was a joke, the non-offending part. I'm like, I don't think it was a funny joke. Nick should be the cocaine pope. Yes. The cocaine cowboy of YouTube. Oh my God, Powerline. Yes, you're like, maybe the unbreaded was his kids going without food. It's like, yeah, damn. God damn. Oof. But yes, Chad, I will say this whole thing has been like the 9/11 for LawTube. And now we're like now that we got the search warrant, that was like building 7. Now there's all kinds of conspiracy theories that have come out. Oh. Too bad Patrick Tomlinson isn't on Cameo. We could pay him $5 to call Nick a stalker child. Now, he did tweet out, like, I hope you enjoy prison, Baldo child. I was like, yes. On paper, why? It's moving too fast. Tio says, on paper, the kids were unbreaded. My thoughts on Dayton, Ohio. Yes, I'll leave Mersh alone. What did Keffel say? I think Keffel's like, can I have some Coke too? I miss doing Coke. Did I just call it Jerish Mersh? Yes, that was a slip of the tongue. Beaver says Aaron's butthole was the Pentagon. Oof. That sounds rough. Yes. Keffel's the clown. Yes. So there's Lucas. Bob Dobbs, a new member. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate the support. Thank you for being here. I know you already sent a super chat, but still, thank you. EVS is going on to talk about Vic rejecting Nick. Oh, on Alex Stein? Oh. I'm curious, but I'm curious to see what he's going to say. I'm curious to see what he would say about that. When the Diddy thing started, people were like, how come they can rate him like that? Where were you during Warren Jeffs? Yeah. Yes. Vic canceled. I think Vic just pulled the handles and just ejected. He's just like, I'm done. It's easier that way. I don't blame him. Smug Sheep says, isn't someone on Kino tonight? Yes, they are. Apparently, it's going to be Mindset. So let's see. Kick.com. Kino Casano Gaming. Kino Casano. They're not on yet. When are they going live? They should have been live by now. Yes, if only Vic had ejected sooner. Oh, it's tomorrow. Tomorrow night, chat. Tomorrow night. So, Mindset's on Kino tomorrow. Okay. I don't know what time he's going to be on. Yes, we got Felted tonight, chat. Yes. Got the goose egg. Although, let's see. Alex Stein. Is he on right now? Alex Stein. Prime time with Alex Stein. Oh, he already did it. Oh, this is like already happened. So there's nothing really. I mean, is EVS on his own right now sweeping up? Because I could see that. Oh, Aaron went. Yeah, Aaron was on with Alex. We covered that a lot. Yeah. So. Yeah, EVS is on. Oh, he's just on Trashcast right now. Well, yeah, I kind of thought he might be there if he's not on with Aaron. So the only thing we have to wait for is Nick to fuck up again. I mean, unless he's going to come out and like actually own up to stuff, yes. Kevin says they still haven't found Mama JF. I don't know if they ever will. Yes, you leave Watu for a couple of months and this happens, yes. And yes, suffer, Latu, suffer. Johan Naxos is saying, you know, we have the Alex Jones was right shirts. We need Andy Worski was right shirts. Buy a shirt for your shirt. Yeah, we kind of do. We kind of do. Yeah. Yes, that's true. We do. Oh, what am I getting? What is this here? Let me see. Yes, I did read that. And I mean, that was we started at the beginning. Yes. Barnes, David, if you're out there, I agree. Barnes is wrong about so many things. Ring it up, Kokeski. Kokeski W. Yep. Andy was right about Nick being a coped. I mean, game recognizes game. That saying has been around forever, chat, for a reason. Game recognizes game. Yes, MLS got a law. We covered it at the beginning, but yes, Barnes is wrong about so many things. Yep. The guy screaming the loudest all the time is going to be wrong about a lot of stuff. It's kind of the how it always go. So, yeah, you can't hustle a hustler. I know you can't. Can't out pimp a pimp. Spasticus Autisticus says Nick's probably a bigger cokehead than Andy ever was, to be honest. I don't know about that. Maybe. We don't know. And we may never know. All lawyers have different opinions. Some are better than others. I think it's important that someone makes the constitutional arguments, but Bonds is being an emotional woman. Yeah, you can make constitutional arguments, be like, oh, it's going to fail on the Fourth Amendment. Like, how do you know? It's like, yes, I would challenge the Fourth Amendment. I would challenge it. I would challenge, whether he was properly Mirandized. I would challenge all these things. But to come in there and say, oh, it's all going to work. It's like, how the fuck do you know that? There's no way in hell you'll know that. There's no way in hell you know that. Did Nick throw out the brown? We don't know. Hyperbolic assertions of certainty. Yes. Yes. Stabby saying Andy probably did an ounce of coke. Nick was probably doing an ounce a month. Yeah, it could be. Remember, it's also going 4 ways. Jenna Ellis just lost her law license for 3 years. Dude! Oof. 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 Really? Dang, they put the screws to her. Let me see here. Let me see here. Jenna Ellis. And she pled out too, so I guess good for her. Oh, she agreed to a 3-year suspension for a felony plea. Okay, that makes sense. But she sold out and she snitched, so don't snitch, chat. Don't snitch. Darcy said, when I had large amounts, I had several hide spots. Oh, yeah, I don't think they found everything. Jenna Ellis, the ex-press secretary. I don't think she was press secretary. She's one of the attorneys for Trump in the aftermath of the 2020 election. And she cooperated. Yep. Robert's saying she snitched on who? She snitched on all the other people in the Trump case. She turned on a lot of people. Is that the money lawyer chick? She was one of the ones in Georgia. She pled out first in the RICO case. Jay Wolfstein is saying, I said this to Nate. I like Barnes. I like him a lot, but he comes across as a car salesman with his absolutes instead of it depends. Yeah, I don't like. I think there's. I mean, it's not as cool when you say, well, maybe it depends all the time. I mean, it sounds flashier and dashier if you can make assertive, affirmative statements. Nick should have hit his stash where he hid the skunk and raccoons. Oh, yeah. Yes, Jenna pled guilty in Georgia, yes. Helping Hound says, don't worry about me. Joe Smith and Jeff Epstein both died in American jail, but we only venerate one of them. God bless America. Yeah. Yes, I saw yes, Nick is. Oh yeah, guys, you want to see some cope here. You want to see some Copenhagen. We'll show it here. I mean, this is so much Copenhagen, you gotta fucking thwap it on the side of your knee. Side of your leg. With your thumb just I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to do it. Gotta get that dip slap going. That Copenhagen, man. I wonder if he's listening to Chris Ledoux while he typed this out. And listen to the song Copenhagen. I chew pussy skull fine cut wintergreen. as the man's chew. Tubman was rehired after jacking off on camera. Yeah. Yes. That's mainlining copium. Oh, that's like Scrooge McDucking into a pile of copium. Just right at the diving board. June says, what happens to Jenna Ellis, Sidney Powell, and all these other people who pled out if the trial falls apart? They look like dumb fucks because then they pled out to something they got thrown out. That's the risk you take. It's the bargain. There's a race to be the first. Well, sometimes you plea out to bullshit charges. And then sometimes the bullshit charges go away and you're left holding the bag. So, yes, he's in the bunker. I know. Yes. Yes. Steiner will suppress the search warrant. Steiner will save me. He's got multiple suppression motions out there. They're around the corner. They will relieve us. Yes. When will Steiner and Barnes counterattack? Sir, Barnes and Steiner cannot mass enough information together to launch a viable attack on your indictment. Stephen Cooper says free base in copium. Yeah. The Reddit Silver member says, we're not taking the government's word. We're only taking the word of his church, who literally asked the kids. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, government narrative. It's like, so your kids weren't? Like, you're telling me it's all a lie. Okay, well, what? Remember, like I said, and that you go to the suppression motion and say it's all bullshit. Well, then tell me what happened. And like I said, I'll be happy to eat my hat. You know why? There's no carbs in it. I will eat my hat on stream. Jay Wolfenstein says, I would love to believe the conspiracy theory, but I hadn't seen Nick since the Brooks trial, and when I did come back, it was Jesus Christ, what the fuck happened? Yeah, that's the thing. Yes. Baldo Damarung. Yes. Baldo Werfers. Launch the Baldo Werfers. What does it do? It verfs Baldos. Smug Chiefs just being in that kind of inbred self-schooling religious shit is weird. No, I mean, there's schools that do religious education and like normal school education, and I'm assuming they don't have enough people, so they do the homeschooling co-op where all the kids come in. I mean, yeah, you have the right to school your kids however you want. It's either that or public education, which, depending on where they, I can see parents not wanting that. Oh. Didn't they pay the bill? Did they not pay the bill? Nick is showing lethal levels of delusion. Yeah, I hope he... yeah. Hope he gets it fixed. Yes, der Baldo Gang. Yes, der Untergang. The Baldo Gang. Yes. The 3rd SS Baldo Division. It's a Baldo on top of your potato masher grenade. That'd be great. Yes. What did Aaron say happened with that 107 fever on Keno Casino? Well, Aaron pointed out that was basically they weren't reading. Nick wasn't reading it right because he was like, all fucked up. So it was never 107. Yes, Baldo Faust. Yes, the Baldo Waffen. Yes, the Punished Rekieta arc. See, the funny thing was when he got banned initially, I thought that was the Punish Rekieta arc, you know. But I had already set up the thing, and it was like, Nick was the Truant Eater because he was going to war with Keffels, but now he's Baldo Eater, Liquid Baldo and Solid Baldo. Yes, Baldo, Snake. Yes, Ribaldo Ocelot. He juggles Baldos and throws them at people. Oh my god. Oh. Like, what do you have, like, what would the bosses be in, like, Metal Gear 3 Baldo Eater? You can have, like, the fear, the cringe, the shame, the cope. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. Oh no. Yes, Operation Cocaine Sniffer. Tactical cocaine ops. Tactical ketamine ops. That's he starts walking along. He has to like throw like what would he throw over his head? What would be the cardboard box? Like a baggie. He's just walking along. He like walking along and little feet poking out from underneath the baggie, like doot 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 doot. Stop. It's the pain of the Baldo, the fear of the Baldo. The U.S. Colt Baldo, the greatest Baldo ever made. Let me show you why they call him the Baldolver. Yes, I see it. Yes. Oh, that'd be the great. Yes, but boss judge. Well, she'd be big boss. Yeah. She'd be the boss. Yes, Judge Pussy Liquor. Yes, she stormed the beaches of D-Day. Just when men were injured, she would stand over them and squeeze her pussy and drain liquor into their mouths to help heal their pain, ease their pains. Yes, actually, that's what they'd say at the death. Sean. Yes. Yes, I give my life not for honor, but for ketamine. Baldo Eater. Smug Sheep says, laugh and grow fat. Well, hopefully I don't grow fat. I grow not as fat, but I will laugh. Nick is becoming the end. Yes. A Baldo to rival Metal Gear. Yes, what? His Outer Evans just a fucking... His Outer Heavens at the sex toy shop. That's the thing. He gets off the helicopter with the Kaz. Like, welcome to our new home, Kaz. He's like, it's a sex toy shop. He's like, it's not just any sex toy shop, Kaz. Look at all these stalls. You just move a stool in front of them, and people will come in and suck your dick, Kaz. It's a giant Pope hat that he's... Yeah, there we go. That's his... He crawls around his Pope hat and stops. He can't find him. Oh, even better. Yeah, Nick hides behind the paintings. He carries the painting around, stops, and he can't see behind it. He moves it. The Baldo of Oz, yes. Press X to Sean. The Funky Brass Monkey says, I just came here and giggity, giggity, giggity. Cuck Eater. Well, yeah, that actually might be like too literally, though. You got to be careful about that one. Carlos says, I could sing anytime. Of course, of course. This is all John's fault. Yes. Oh, AK guy closer than 1,000 votes. Damn. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. I want you to win, homie. Yes. What did the farm say, Sean? Huh, Sean? Yes. Oh, I'm not joking when I was on there. Like, while he's yelling at me, I'm just on the farms like, yeah. Sean, what? Yeah, huh? I don't know. Like, yeah. Like, he would restate the question so I didn't get lost. So it worked. Why is cocaine? Yes. Why is the cocaine still here? For us to sniff it? Mitchell Brothers says, what an absolute slob. Me or Nick? Not sure. Unclear. Insult unclear. Please clarify. Check fire. Darth Ligma says, I'm so glad it had to be about Metal Gear Solid. Hey, it's always good. Listen, Gaz, it's not just a bar, it's a gay bar. Yes, outer sodomy barn. Yes. Yes. From here we will initiate Operation Anal August. Yes. Militaire, yes. Militaire sounds Baldo. Yes. Yes, that's all. I can see it now, chat. Just be still my beating heart. Just makes you want to cry just thinking about it. Do I believe love can bloom on the Baldo field? I don't know, Tim. I think it's tough, but it could. It can. It can. How do I feel about all the Che Guevara knob slobbing Kojima did in Peace Walker? I mean, yeah, I wish we could like mod that so there's a Bolivian level where the Bolivian SF guys fucking murder him. Imagine that. You get the chance to kill Che Guevara with a fucking Garand. That's about as Kino as it gets in life. Murdering a communist with 30-06, armor piercing ammunition. Yeah, I don't know. You got to put up with it because he gave us so much, I guess. It works. Sniper, how you doing, buddy? Saying Brandon's down 51-48. Let's go! Let's go, chat! Oh boy. Oh boy. I hope he can I hope he's out there and he says, get wrecked, fat man. And I'll be like, fair enough. Let's see. Let's see, chat. Let's see here. Give Brandon my energy, yes. Let's see. What about Kino pushing you? I mean, I think part of the problem was PPP is like so fucking laser focused that when I'm trying to explain my way through things, he's like, well, did you not really think? And I'm like, Worski, it felt like he kind of got where I was going half the time. And I was like, just fucking stop for a second, Ashton. Let me get through it. And then you can moral fag through what I'm trying to point out. Like, there's two worlds, man. We operate in both of them. And I was trying to talk through things at times, but I don't know. It's, overall, the guys were great. Worski was great. PPP was great. I understand, though, he's, that's where he lives and that's what he works out of. Like, he can handle it. Now it's working weird. You guys can see it? I can't. The Baldo who could. Sean totally knew what LCP meant. Jesus. Yes. Oh, who's going to be Otacon? We'll make that a mindset. Mindset could be our Otacon. He'll like it. He likes that. He'd be all about that shit. Oh, here we go. Oh no. Yeah, this is gonna be close, chat. This is gonna be close. I guess it's 51. Yeah, it's gonna be close, chat. Good luck, Brandon. Close it up, homie. Catch him up. It's the Baldoscape. Smug Sheep says, Kiara, my dog just died. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So when they count the mail-in votes, yeah, that's the problem. Otakon was simping for Sniper Wolf and then bang Naomi in, Metal Gear 4. Yes. PvP thought I was saying something he wasn't. I understand, but I also understand he's, I'm going to call it moral fagging, but that's his position and he maintains it, and I give him credit for that. So I understand him kind of like going the way he goes. It just works. Yes, I was very much pressed. Yeah, I got felted by it, but it's okay. What if Punish Rekieta rescues Miller from a St. Andrew's Cross building at Somali Town, Minnesota? Yes. Kaz, I'm here to rescue you. Leave me to die. Yeah. PPP was just very angry with Barnes. Ooh, that's interesting. I heard he went off on him. And my thoughts on Randazza making a statement about sobriety. I mean, I think Randazza was using Nick as a kind of like an awareness for people in general, not just for Nick. So, what do you guys? What's muted? The fuck are you guys talking about? The awesome paper that's tracking so you can avoid the New York Times. All right, thank you. Yeah, nothing's muted. It's one of you guys said something was muted. PPP is morbidly obese. Like, what do you think I am? Just saying. Oh, here we go. Yes, Fedigator, Monty Graff, and the Holy Baldo. Oh. And Matt Staffer says, I think I just like Ralph. Why am I still here? Just to suffer? Ever a stream? I can feel my audience, the comrades of Law Tube I've lost. Like they're still here, laughing at me. Oh. I hope somebody recorded that. That should be clipped. That should be clipped. Dornplop says, anything about a potential recusal from Judge Fisher? Sorry if I missed early in the stream. Appreciate your coverage. As of right now, nothing. Because until Nick does it, there probably won't be one. And I don't know if she'll grant that. I assume she might be easier for her to say, like, fuck this shit, I'm out. I want to enjoy my summer. She's like, I want to go golf. I don't want this shit on my mind. Kaz saying, damn you, A-Log Joan. Yes. Ghostball says, tell me, Sean, tell me the right fucking now. Why I shouldn't wear a Baldo because you brought it up. I'll put it on. Damon Blackfire. New member, thank you. Appreciate the support. Joseph Jewell for one. Thank you. I left you speechless. And then he does it again. I said, Night of the Long Baldo. Yes. Would she have to recuse herself from Nick's civil case? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. Maybe. Alyssa's on strike. I know. Suffer, Alyssa. Suffer. You know, Alyssa, you look at me, Alyssa, you wanted this. You wanted a clip. We gave you Keno. We gave you more Keno than you could handle. We gave you a mountain of Keno. Clip it up. Clip it up. This is what you wanted. This is the life you've chosen for yourself. Yes. Yes, Elb, no! Yes, that's right, Alyssa. I wish you 1,000,000 clips. That's right, 1,000,000. Rekieta wish her 1,000,000 clips. Well, I wish her 1,000,000 clips too. Yes. Oh, hold on. And guys, while you're at it, because Alyssa has been demonetized by YouTube, if you can and you want to help her out, because she really is doing God's work. I'm not lying. She is doing God's work because it's not an easy job. It's not an easy job doing what she does. If you guys can help her out, if you buy her coffee, you can toss her a couple of bucks. She would probably appreciate that. She, clipping is real work. Unlike streaming, clipping is work. She's the patron saint. Yes, she's the patron saint of the sector. She's the shield maiden of our sector. Chat. God bless her. Yeah, give her a cup. Get her a cup of coffee. Toss a shekel or two her way. She needs it. Where can I send the cocaine for Alyssa? Well, just send her the money and she'll buy the cocaine. Let's go. Brandon says Cosby coffee. No, regular coffee, and not Michael Jackson. Special juice either. Just give her money. Yes, she's our sister of silence. Does Alyssa accept drug payments? No. Can you buy her a Baldo? No, please don't. Please don't. But show her some love. She needs it out there, guys. She needs it out there. Is Alyssa Clips on Rumble? I don't know. And Corrado says she can't be monetized by clipping. Yeah. But she can't get anything at all. So she wasn't monetized. Well, she was for a minute, but then they took it away. So that's the problem. Zero Fuck said she's doing the Candy Eye County prosecutor's work for free. Yeah. She should get a government check for that. Oh. Yes, Rock Musician 21 says 2024 is going to be the year of the A-log. Confirmed. Oh, jeez. Yes. Mega Monster brings up a good question. Could you use a clip at trial? Yes. If it's a clip of Nick, that actually wouldn't be that big of an issue because it's Nick. You could say that's you, right? That's you saying this. Now, if I was his attorney, what stream did that come from? What's the timestamp? Where did you get that? Has it been altered or, prove that it's not altered? All of that. I would attack all those things. But yes, it could theoretically come in. It could theoretically come in. And just once again, chat, it is Buy Me Coffee. Where Alyssa's at. And hold on here. What's the actual? Here is the banner. I'm going to carry the banner. There you go, guys. There it is. buymeacoffee.com/Alyssa Clips. I probably should have put this up because you guys looking at that probably can't figure the fuck out where you're going. So my bad. My bad. Barton Bella saying Brandon's winning the same day vote. Yeah. without all the beating off, but just. Could it be spoliation if Nick nukes his channel? I mean, that could be considered evidence tampering. I mean, he shouldn't do that. I would not recommend it. I wouldn't recommend he touch anything at this point in case. Was the Baldo taken into evidence? Imagine that the cops found that in the room and they're looking at it and they're like, one kicks it and it bounces towards the other and he's like, ugh! And they kicking it back and forth at each other. Oh no, that would be dangerous. Did Nick email me about not ever injecting drugs or DM you about the case like he did the mindset? No, but I agree with the idea he's never injected drugs. It doesn't look like he ever has, or there's anything to indicate that necessarily. So, yeah, I don't see anything from him, and I just double-checked my email just to make sure. You know what? We'll double-check the garbage just to make sure. Spam. Nope. Nope. And then trash. Trash. Nope. And I'll check my fancy email. Where's my business email? Like my actual lawyer in email. Dishonest lawyer. Nope. Nothing in there either. Nothing in there either. Okay. The search warrant suggested he had needle track marks. Yeah, but when they looked at him later, it looks like he's just got bumps on his arms, so I don't think he actually had them. You know, you would like if he had track marks, we would have seen him. Like there maybe there's pictures of everything. I don't know, but I don't think he has any track marks from what we can tell. Eric should make a Baldo medallion. Oh my god. Yeah. Aaron is saying Ron A saying Nick stiffed rails off Mandy's rail. Lamau. Yeah. And that's the thing, Emma. When I looked at it, there's no rigs, no needles, no indication of any technology for that. 3 law student. Said Sean would be a good Commissioner Gordon. Yeah. I appreciate that. Baldo's over Baghdad. There we go. Could it be just scabies? Yeah, maybe. Maybe just scabies. Oh, that's scary. Joseph Jewell is saying, I get where PPP is coming from. And honest, I'm sick of the moral nihilism in our country. We need to repent and get back with our Lord. That's certainly something I will not disagree with you with. However, he's a Canadian and doesn't understand how messed up our legal system is. Well, there's that too. But you know what they say, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and render unto God what is God's. So you don't necessarily need to, it works out. Oh my God, where is this at? Oh shit, Nick is making the news in Australia. Wow, that's funny. Just some random Australian website, but still. Claire Bear says my link for Discord doesn't work. All right, hold on here. I will fix that. I will give you a new link. I hate that Discord makes their links go stale. That's so gay. Invite people. Copy. Here is the link. I'm inviting Pipples. Here you go. Whoop-ow. There's the link. Thank you, Claire Bear. I fixed it. Mrs. Nikoto says, he's like, listen, guys, you got it all wrong. Think about it. We get the judge to stay on board so she can say, Mr. Rekieta, welcome back. We've missed you. It's like Agent Anderson in The Matrix. Mr. Rekieta, welcome back. We've missed you. Oh my god, that would be so funny. That would be great. That would be great. Oh, good lord. That would be amazing, chat. We can't stop here. This is Baldo country. Oh, Sharmuda's saying, oh god, this is interesting. Plot twist. April goes to live with Ralph in Mexico. I would not see that. That would be an interesting one. Joshua's saying that Claire Bear. No, not that Claire Bear. She's cool, but she's not that Claire Bear. I already had this discussion with her. Sean's Discord is fucking Somalia first and last warning. Yes. You go into my Discord, wear a helmet. I'm warning you only once. Wear a helmet. Chris says, I rewatched the clip of a clip of you and Nick. Well, there is the clip of me and Nick where he drunkenly went off Josh Knoll in the farms for saying he wanted to censor them. Mentions not doing meth and not beating his kids. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing what turns out to be self-reports in hindsight. Yes, when you come into my Discord, wear a flak vest and plates. Rock musician came here from the casino. Can you give a brief summary of your experience in your field of expertise? So I am an attorney. I am in the Cleveland, Ohio area. I've been an attorney now. Coming up in June, I'll be 10 years as an attorney. I spent about 2.5 years as a prosecutor in 2 places here in Ohio, both of them fairly rural. So I have a lot of smaller town experience. But my defense experience, I've practiced everywhere from very, very rural locations to big cities, big cities with 1 million people in them. And kind of everything in between. And then in addition to the criminal stuff, which is what I really like, I run it's called a general practitioner. So, I can do divorces, custody cases, like you have a will, you want to buy land, just all the little other things attorneys do out there. But I like to focus on the criminal stuff. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that satisfies your curiosity. If you have other questions, though, I'll be happy to answer them. Yes, I am a practicing lawyer. Alex says, I've been in science longer than you've been in the law. What? Well, I mean, if you include when I was an intern, it's probably 13 years total. But yeah, it took me 5 years to get through law school because I was a night student the whole way through. I took night classes the whole way through. I'm the best blogger. I can ban you, Carla. I can ban you. Abel says, so you're a small mall practicing lawyer. Sure, I'll go with that. Joseph Jewell says, when the legal system is done with Nick, he'll have something seeping out of his nether regions. The Baldo of consequence. Yeah. Jacob Castro says, so an ambulance chaser. I don't do a lot of personal injury stuff. That you have to really do a lot of to make it worth your while. So, no, not really. Yes, blogger. No. David, how you doing, man? Saying, is Sean a real lawyer? Yes. Is Cincinnati chilly? When is your next podcast? Thank you so much. Oh my god. This is a hell I've built for myself. Some days. Is Cincinnati chili good or not? I mean, if you're real Cincinnati having chili, it's actually not bad. I don't put cinnamon on it. I'd rather just put cheese on it. But if you're eating Skyline chili, not really. Skyline's not too good. Sniper saying, looking at these returns and where things are coming from, Brandon may pull it off. Ooh, that'd be awesome. Janet Morgan says, 4 hours in. We're going all night to make the goal, chat. No, we are not. We're going to be actually ending probably around 11 because I am getting tired and I've got to do other things tomorrow. Because, like, what's my schedule look like tomorrow? I haven't checked this and I kind of need to check it. Hold on here. What do I got tomorrow? Oh, yeah, I moved that thing to 10 a.m. Yep, I did. So this, hold on. This moved 10 a.m. Yes. No. 10 a.m. Okay. And you move it to Wednesday. Okay. Saved. All right, cool. Yep. I got stuff in the morning, chat, so no. Scent of a Baldo. Love the stream, Sean. Well, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, guys, I appreciate it. Yes, I don't want to miss court or miss clients who are willing to pay me money. Drink shots to reward the super chatters. What is the worst that could happen? Yes. Yes, do you guys have tales about your grandma's parakeet completing piano lessons? I'll be happy to toast you. Will I be taking over the 11 p.m. Nick blogging spot? No, I don't know if I would do it every night that late. If I don't have stuff going on, I'd probably go late, but it's a lot. It's a lot to do that every night. And then there's also things like Pirate Software. Like, I like listening to that guy at night. He's actually really good. What happens if Baldos collide? Yes. Coke might give me enough energy to keep streaming and make it to court. Well, I wouldn't be the first attorney to try that and fail. So no, I'm not doing that. I would not do that. Johan Naxos. And Johan, am I saying your last name right? Because there's like the Naxos, which is like the German radar detector thing they put on the U-boat so it could sniff out the radars at night because it would try to find the periscopes and things. It's like an early fuzz buster. Or how you pronounce it. Anyways, says hashtag get that butt. We'll have a new meaning to Nick soon. Maybe. And not that Claire Bear says, I fixed it. No more confusion. That helps. That helps. Toast for my dead grandma. Yes. Mutt's law is invoked. Yes, it is. My pronunciation is correct. All right. Has Drex spoken out anywhere? Not that I'm aware of, other than he's like, but trying to reach out to Nick and figure out what's going on, but I don't know if he's been involved too much. Will Nick get pegged in the clink? I don't know. Well, like, he's not going to get pegged because they won't put him in a women's prison. So it's not really getting pegged when a guy starts raping you in the shower. Do you think Aaron's hurting himself by blabbing? No, he's probably got it all worked out. He said he's talked to his attorney and they've worked things out down there. Lancer says, does Sean at 2.0 have a nanny? Why, to take care of Clyde and the dogs? Like, no, we don't. Is now a good time to trans? No. Find Jesus. That'll help you more. Zach Hasbrook saying Jack said he was going to do an intervention on Memorial Day weekend. That didn't happen. Yes. Okay. Well, that's the thing. When people usually crash and burn like this, there's so many people you're going to learn like, oh, I was just about to help. Yeah, sure you were. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Yep. So, bullshit. Bullshit. Just calling it bullshit. Oh, did I hear about the flying router crash? Oh, there was an F-35 that went down. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. Oh, it crashed off an airfield near Albuquerque. Uh-oh. Ooh, that left a scorch mark. Although maybe I can make my model look like this. This might be a little easier. I can make the model look like that. Oh, that'd be a fun battle damage one. Just paint it white. Kumla said they were talking. Yeah, well, everybody's always talking. So. Clyde Nanny's Fran Drescher, yes. Oh. What did it say? What is my favorite part of what? Went by way too fast. I'm trying to slow down here, things. Are you going to SummerSlam that's coming to Ohio in August? No. But if Phil's out, I'll say hi. Me and Phil can link up and it'll be like when when the Russians and the Americans met at the Elbe River. We can shake hands. Bridge the divide. Based and Christ pilled is always a good options. Didn't Drex admit to grooming his girlfriend's daughter or some shit? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much he did. I mean, unless he's lying about it, which I don't know. He thought it was going to be baller, and everybody's like, now it's too late to unlie. Hell to the break says, I missed a stream. What is a TLDR? The warrant's really good. Nick's in a lot of trouble. I talk like Ralph when I'm mad at Clyde. I do not. Okay, let's see here. Damon Blackfire saying a lot of law tubes are hyperfixating on the law. I agree. I also have 5 kids. I can't imagine inflicting that horror on them. Rackets and his skull bride deserve nothing but hatred and condemnation for this. They do. They do. I mean, those kids had to fend for themselves. I mean, the 16-year-old's probably okay. He's probably a little resilient. But that 6-year-old, I mean, all she's really knows for most of her memory now is this insanity that's been going on. And all this, this is rough for these kids. Even the oldest one's going to have trouble. But for that 6-year-old, now it's like, this is what relationships are. It's like, that's tough. That's tough. Let's see here. Devil-Eyed Elvis, the warrant indicates this wasn't a knee-jerk investigation. 100%. 100%. Yeah, they did their homework. Let's see. Who was saying something here? Wow, I'm trying to... Emma's saying they were dirty and underfed. Well, they hadn't had showers in 4 days, didn't have clean clothes, and then underfed. That means they weren't getting food. That's kind of a big deal. But yes, that was the big things. That's what we know of. Although I'm assuming the way Nick gets all crazy and loud, I'm sure listening to him scream like a loon in the house probably isn't good either all day long. Rock musician says Warren Zevon said lawyers, guns, and money. It'll get me out of this. Yes, well, he says, Dad, please send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of it. He says to his dad, which I'm sure he asked his mom and dad in the trust fund, help me get out of this. So apropos. Certainly it's not that said, though, the better song is Roland the Headless Thompson Gunner. And there's a chick who sings a version of it with like a little one of those electric organs. It's dope. It's awesome. It's awesome. If you guys ever listen to Major Sam on YouTube, he did a version of it with the Belgian mercs. The video of them taking back Buende. It's pretty cool. It's dope. Jesus Christ, Home Slice for $2 says, "What's Nick's plan?" I don't know. He's waiting for General Steiner to come save him. A Fuzzy Creature for $5 says, "My uncle left for another woman and it screwed up his youngest girl, who was then almost unalived by a boyfriend. She's good now, but this can't be good." Yeah, there's no way this is good for anybody. There's no way any of these kids this is good for them. I mean, that oldest one, he probably had to parent a lot, among other things. This whole thing is just insanity. So, but as they should be in a place now where they're safe, they're loved, and they can be kids again. And they don't have to worry about trying to raise each other or worry about where their food's coming or worry about clean clothes, people making sure they shower and take care of themselves. Spoiler, he's not going to trial. You'd like to think so, but you never know. We're pontificating about what's going to happen in the fourth quarter, and we're like 5 minutes into the first quarter. No, I don't know what we can allege happened with the nanny. So I don't know if we can say anything yet. Oh. Hold on here, chat. I am going to figure out is there anybody live right now? Who's live? Who should I send you guys to? Where do you guys want to go? Anybody? I don't know here. Tell me where you want to go, because I'll redirect you guys. He'll get probation. I'd like to think so, but you never know. You never know. Joe's chat saying the 16-year-old should have been caring for them. Yeah, well, people say retarded shit. Yeah, that's what they do. You guys want to go to Trash Cast? Take me back to 2023. Patty saying, "Don't know where Jews go." Okay, well, you guys want to go? Guys want to go hang out with Pippa? The kill stream. Is Pippa on? Pippa Ripken. Oh, she is. Oh, she's cooking expired ramen. Ooh, that sounds scary. Sounds very scary, Pippa. Also, looks like 300 or 400 of you guys subscribed today. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very, very much. You guys have no idea what that does to my self-esteem. So, all right, we're all set. You guys are all set to get transferred around here. I'm gonna hold on here. We are gonna catch up on these last bit of super chats here. So Janelle is saying, "What's up with Barnes lashing out a law tube?" I don't know what his problem was. Sometimes people get attacked by a case of the stupids. It happens. Rock Musician 21 is saying, "My dad and uncle are both lawyers. They taught me never to talk to the police, and if you do have a decent case, it might be better to take a plea deal." Yeah. The very true words. But we don't know. We just don't know where this is going to go yet. Yeah, we're like that black guy in Dirty Harry. Or wait, is it Dirty Harry or Mac? Is it Mac? No, it's Dirty Harry. He's like, "I gots to know. I gots to know. Is it 5 or 6 cylinders? I gots to know." So we'll find out soon enough, though. And Patricia Bradshaw has been a member for 22 months. Holy cow. Patricia, that is... That is that's awesome. That is a cool number to see. I appreciate that very, very much. That's yeah, thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. And then before we're done, since you guys are here, I think I still have memberships to give away. Let me see here. And give away a couple. Membership getting. You have 10 memberships free. Gift 5 now. I'm gifting 5 out. And we're going to gift 5 more. And now we're going to be douche on here in a second and go. Potentially Criminal gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for your support and generosity. Oh, well, you're welcome. Stop it. Potentially Criminal again for 5 memberships. Thank you for your support and generosity. Oh, stop it. I just love the show. The Big Red Snake says, this 16-year-old lived their whole life knowing their parents had a double life. A good portion of his adult year or his teenage years, yeah. Photos of your mom and dad nude on Kiwi Farms, the rumor mill in town telling you who they are. Nah, that kid flipped to law enforcement. He could have, but I don't know. We won't know yet. We'll find out at some point. And the cop ordering at Denny's says, this has been a wild ride. Very grateful that Nick introduced me to your channel at the very least. Well, thank you. Do you think Nick felt the need to continue his stand-up shtick to impress the corner demon? I don't know. I just think the fact he wasn't booed off stage, he got the wrong impression that he was good or kept going at it. I don't know. That's all I can think of. Maybe it was to impress April. Because Aaron says, like, that's when they met him and everything went from there. So, very well could be. Very, very well could be. Curious 2020 with a bunch of kanji, I think, after that. Saying, Jerish already mentioned on his stream this afternoon he'd already put in the application for the body cam. Yeah. Yep, I talked to him a little bit this afternoon. He was trying to figure out some stuff. But I did tell him it's going to be like, if you guys weren't here for that, I called Candy, Ojai County. I called the sheriff's office, talked to a very, very sweet lady. And she said it's going to be like 3 weeks. She said, like, well, I'm like, what do you think? Like 2-3 weeks? She's like, oh, 3 weeks. Because they have to blur everything out and they have to do all kinds of work. So it's going to be a wild chat, but, you know, the corn you wait for the most to harvest, it's going to get more succulent. It's going to get better. It will be the best corn you've ever had. Johan is saying, thanks for the membership, Sean. Where did you get that from, Sean? Tell me. Yes. He just said he's going to front the cost of fundraise afterwards. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, I was thinking about doing it, but I was just like, it was like 3 weeks out. I'm like, that kind of sucks. Like, if we could have got it today, I'd have been like, credit card, swipe, here we go. You know, my 2.0 armor, like, we're going to fucking do it. So, yes, like a fine, fine wine. Yes. Do I think his civil lawyers will drop him? I don't know if he's got enough money to keep going. I could see them saying this is not worth the time. Easily. But we'll see. So, all right, guys. Well, that is it for tonight. I said 11 o'clock. It's 11:08. I got to go. This has been an awesome 4 hours, chat. Still over 2,000 of you here. Wow. Thanks, guys. This is a great night tonight, and Sean don't want my smoke. Nope, I'm being a little girl. And yeah. Yes, Fat. Hey, Fat. Yes, I am. Thank you. So tomorrow, guys, 4 o'clock, I will be on with Sitch and Adam. They want to talk to me about all this stuff. Tomorrow night, probably like 6 or 7, we'll start Carry On Red, Karen Reed. Go from there, and we'll work our way through them throughout the week, guys. There's stuff for us to do all the time. Janet says, keep it going, chat. It's like, no, I'm done. You're like, suffer, Sean, suffer. It's like, yes, get wrecked, fat. Raidus like Rekieta and his Baldo. Well, Nick's not. If Nick was on tonight, I'd send you guys over there and not tell you about it because I've done that more than once to my chat, and it's fucking hilarious. So, yes, suffer with this money. 24-hour stream just in my background. Oh. Hermit Money says, keep y'all women's off that lawyer dick. Oh. Yeah, we're all done, guys. We're all done. Yes. A 24-hour Clyde cam win. He walks around way too much. I don't think he would sit still. But maybe we could do the camera where it's attached to him. Oh, hi, Bubba. Hey, come here. Come here. Let's end the show with you. Come here. Ah, yes. Ah! Hold on. You guys get one thing of we're gonna end this chat just for you guys because I love y'all so much. We are doing some got some doggy ASMR. Not till you're done, Piglet. Come on. Yeah, so he's all done. He's all done. The best thing about Nick doing drugs is you found me. Well, hey, silver linings, silver linings. It's a boss man, dog. Yes. Yes. All right, guys. So I'm gonna see you later. Like I said, tomorrow afternoon we'll have some fun. And yeah, that's it, guys. So remember, until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Although, holy shit, Nick. Looks like you are, man. Just saying. Get right with Jesus is all I can advise you. Good night, chat. Good night.